staff, the many who are here in a public gallery today, including quite a number who will be presenting to us. I'm going to seek the leave of the meeting after our opening karakia just to make a few comments following on the visit last week that some of us made to Wuxi in China before we get into the formal agenda. But could I commence, please, as we always do, by asking our city kaumatua, Tame Pukai, to open in karakia.
Tēnei te mihi atu kia koe te koro matua o kirikiri roa. Tim, ngā me mō te kauni hira e hui tahi nei ki te whiriwhiri he hanga kaupapa hei paenga mō tēnei taone rangatira I roto o Waikato ara te kōpū mani o kirikiri roa. Ngā me mō te hāpori ko hara mai te whakatakoto I o koutou piki heke koe nei mātou e mihi ana kia koutou hoki. Tēnei te mihi atu, tēnei te mihi ki te kuini Māori nā wai hono I te pō e pupuru te ihi te mana te wehi te tapu. E tui ngā miro katoa I roto I tēnei whenua ki ana he ao te aroa. Nō reira koutou, ngā me mō te kaunihera, ngā kaiwahi, tēnei te mihi kia koutou waihi o mā te atua, e koro wai tia koutou I rungi te rangi Māori, me te aroha, wāke ake, Amen. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, Tame, and thank you as always for your continuing support for our hui and guidance for our deliberations. Members, as I mentioned, I would like, please, just to seek your indulgence for a couple of moments to explain the gift that is on my left, your right, and make a couple of comments about our visit last week to Wuxi to mark the 40th anniversary of the sister city relationship between our city and Wuxi, which is a city of just under 8 million people. It's about a 2.5-hour drive west of Shanghai. We were extraordinarily well supported and hosted by the Municipal People's Government and the Mayor of Wuxi, and also by a delightful young man by the name of Milton, who was our guide for most of the activity. Those who accompanied me on the trip were our sister city's ambassador, Councillor Angela O'Leary, the chair of the Growth and Economic Development Committee, Councillor Maria Huata, the chief executive, Lance Vervoet. We were joined for the final 24 hours of our visit, which included the formal meeting with the mayor and his senior officials by Councillor Leo Liu, who is an apology for today's meeting. He is about to fly home. And also by the Vice President of the Hamilton branch of the New Zealand-China Friendship Society, who is also the President, she's Vice President of the New Zealand Hamilton-China Friendship Society and the President of the Hamilton branch, Fan Miao. Before I come back to Miao, who is very kindly with us in the public gallery today, I just want to draw your attention to the gift that we've received from the municipal government of Wuxi. At first sight, you might be slightly puzzled by it, but when you look at it more closely, I hope that you will see quite a strong connection with the Chinese Scholars Garden at our own Hamilton Gardens, which was very generously supported by the Wuxi municipal government 30 years ago. And it's good to see one of my predecessors, Margaret Evans, present, because she also marked one of those significant anniversaries and will have visited the ancient garden in Wuxi, which is absolutely magnificent. And I do encourage any of you at any time, should you be going to Wuxi, to make that a priority to visit both the ancient garden, but also to go and see our Waharoa, the Friendship Gate, which is nearby and which marks the friendships of sister cities between Wuxi and several other countries, but it's a very prominent feature that we were delighted to go and see while we were there. This gift represents rock from Lake Taihu, which is a very prominent feature of the ancient garden. The Chinese Scholars Garden in Hamilton replicates in miniature form many of the features of that garden in a most meticulous way. And we know that all the Hamilton Gardens are meticulously researched, but when you go to the ancient garden in Wuxi, you're really struck by how beautifully some of its key features are replicated here in Hamilton. So to receive this gift, I think, is particularly special, and it's my suggestion that the gift should be located in a prominent part of the visitors' entrance at Hamilton Gardens. Obviously, I have to talk to the staff about where exactly that could be, so that everybody who visits Hamilton Gardens in the years to come will be able to enjoy this gift and see its direct correlation between our garden and the ancient garden, which goes back over hundreds, thousands of years, that has inspired it. The other thing I just wanted to say, and I am very grateful to have Meow here this morning, we were extraordinarily well supported throughout the week by Meow. Not only is she delightful company, she is very, very skilled at rapid interpretation, and at times that was an essential skill. She was a problem solver. She was somebody who always was there to encourage and support, never to intrude, but she was such a vital part of the contingent that we were all, by the end of it, realizing that we probably couldn't have done what we did without having her there. So Meow, thank you so much on behalf of us all for the wonderful assistance that you gave us throughout the week. Thank you for being here this morning for me to make this public acknowledgement. And could I just ask you to come forward and receive a small token of our appreciation. Absolutely wonderful. From Hamilton, Shinchila.
Thank you.
Really do appreciate it.
It's really I feel great honour to be there, to be part of the delegation and to be able to assist in some way. Yeah, it's a really, really pleasant to be with everyone. We had lovely time, fun. Thank you.
We certainly did. Thank you. Now, this was the first visit, official visit, by Hamilton City Council for 10 years, when Julie Hardacre led a visit to Wuxi to mark the 30th anniversary. And Meow was there for that as well, supporting Julie. So this is a long-standing commitment that she has made. And as I say, we are deeply grateful to you. Thoroughly enjoyed your company. I hope to be able to go with you for the 50th. But probably not. Right, thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you again, Meow. We'll move on now to our apologies. I've already mentioned that Councillor Liu is leaving China, and as I understand it, he has a full apology for today. He hasn't managed to find a way to beam in, but he should be back, well, he'll certainly be back in the council building next week. Are there any further apologies?
My apologies, me and Tim. I wanted to leave by 3 o'clock. Early day finish for the children for school holidays today.
Very good. I hope that won't be necessary, but we'll certainly take that as a provisional apology. Are there any further apologies? Then would someone like to move that the apologies be accepted? The Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor MacDonald. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? No, that is carried. We move on to the confirmation of the agenda. And as you can see, the agenda is confirmed, noting in particular that the debate time for item 7 on the proposed draft annual plan budget has been increased to 3 minutes, given the significance of that particular item, and also that you have been circulated with a late attachment to item C3 under separate cover. Would someone like to move that the agenda be confirmed? That's Councillor Mead, seconded by Councillor Strange. All in favour, please say aye. Against? No, that is carried. Are there any declarations of interest for this morning's meeting? There being none, we will move on to our public forum, and I am grateful for the fact we have a much larger number of people speaking in public forum than usual, but I guess that is to be expected with a draft annual plan, so I apologise for the fact that it is necessary for us to restrict the time for that. I'll call forward first, and if each person speaking would like to come to the advisor's desk to, as you're looking to the right of the Chief Executive, the governance team will control the microphone for you. Joanne Richards from Barnardo's has been replaced, I understand, by her colleague Gillian Murdoch. So Gillian, could I invite you to come forward, please?
Kia ora, thank you. My name's Gillian Murdoch, and this is my colleague Martine Radidi. We're from Barnardo's Aotearoa. We provide social services in the central CBD for children, our tamariki and rangatahi who are vulnerable and at risk across the Hamilton region. For us, the changes that have been made over the recent years to inner city car parking, reduced availability, reduced free parking, increased costs, have impacted our access, or tamariki and rangatahi access to essential services. Our whānau already face financial pressure, housing instability, and the challenges of caring for our tamariki in Hamilton. Transport is a major barrier. It needs to be affordable, and reliable parking is critical for our whānau to access our services. We have literally watched families driving past our building multiple times, trying to find car parking, and then having to cancel appointments because they are unable to find anything locally. Added to which, we have now found ourselves in the position where we are having to pay for their car parking when they can find it, using our own limited resources to help cover car parking costs for our whānau so that they can access our services. This is not a lack of willingness of our whānau to access services. This is a systemic barrier that is reducing their ability to do that. This diverts funding away from our direct support services having to fund their car parking. Car parking settings are creating stress, missed appointments and inequitable access, and we ask the Council to consider the real impact on community organisations and our vulnerable populations, and to please go back to, at a very least, 2 hour free car parking in the central region.
Gillian and Martine, thank you very much. I appreciate the 2 minutes. It goes very quickly, but thank you. You've made your points very clearly. Could I ask Joanne Rusden, please, to come forward? Welcome again, Joanne. You're not a first-time submitter.
I'm not. Good morning. My name is Joanne Rusden and I own Colours Hair Company in Liverpool Street. I'm here to speak against the 2 hour free parking proposal, and I want to be really crystal clear why. I spent 2.5 years fighting council to restore car parks on our street after the last free parking experiment disrupted everything. We originally had 29 car parks in our street, and the council removed 16 of them in 2022 and replaced them with all-day parking to offset the free parking losses. We originally, after years of pushing, I got 8 reinstated. We now have 21 parks and it works. The 2 hours free parking scheme ran from 2017 to 2024 to attract people back into the CBD after the base opened. But the council's own draft report made it clear that it didn't increase foot traffic, it didn't boost local spending, and it failed to meet its purpose. Let's talk reality here. The base has 3,300 free car parks. The city centre has 1,200 car parks, metered and time-restricted parks. In the yellow zone, the first hour is free and the second hour is only $1. In the green zone, the first hour is free and the second hour is only $3. So we're arguing over $1 or $3 here, and that's not the reason people are not coming into town. Last time, this free scheme cost about $1.5 million a year. and over 10 million over 7 years in lost revenue. Now the council is considering bringing it back. You know, it's a policy that didn't work and it cost millions of dollars. So free sounds great, doesn't it? Free? But free is never ever really free. If this passes, council will find that lost revenue somewhere through higher rates or cutting support for small businesses like mine. So I ask you this, is this financially responsible? Is this evidence-based? And ultimately, is this good governance?
Thank you, Joanne. Could we have John Purcell, please?
Good morning, my name's John Purcell. I've worked in the parking industry for 11, 12 years, worked internationally on it, was the parking activity manager at Hamilton City Council for 11 years. Parking isn't a 2-minute conversation, I'm afraid. It's a lot of workshops and bits and pieces that need to be done. I have a book here. It's 750 pages of an urban design PhD guy about the high cost of free parking. Absolutely true. And I'm not sure why in Hamilton we can say that we can do a better job about free parking than people that have spent their whole life doing PhDs and a doctorate in urban design can do. The idea was not about vibrancy, it was about votes, basically. If you have a look at the program that I set up for the pavement park, the ability of that program to deliver is reduced by free parking. If everyone's got a coffee card, if they go to farmers and they get discounts and bits and pieces and things like that, you could incentivise the parking in Hamilton to pay people into their B account, into their payment park account and bits and pieces like that. It would advertise the businesses, it would add to the vibrancy. You'll have your multimodal transport actually happening, because at the moment, the 85% turnover which you're looking for turns over. Turnover equals businesses doing business, you know what I mean? Paid parking gives council money. The people that are driving the cars will be able to find a car park. So doing it right is not a 2-minute conversation. We can't have this, you know, I just can't have this conversation here. I've left this slide with people, and the submissions, when we go back to the annual plan, 17 and 18, there's a D number up there on that slide there. The questions that were asked in that were, do you support proposal for 2 hours free parking, and how should we collect the rates to replace the lost revenue? In that, you had 430 responses, 80% against, because they were given the actual information. They weren't just sort of given a flowery sort of a thing about like free parking. It's like telling your kids, you don't need to do your homework, the PlayStation's warmed up, I've thrown the vegetables out, here, have some lollies. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what the free parking is about. So I'd say that you need to workshop this properly, put in a proper system where the system can incentivise people to come into town. You have your multimodal transport, you get more people in when they're cycling, they're bussing in, bits and pieces like that. The free parking knocks the crap out of the public transport and bits and pieces like that. And there we go. That's it's too big a conversation for 2 minutes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, John. Marcus Potros, please. Marcus.
G'day. Hi, I'm Marcus Potros. I'm the owner of Texas Radio, clothing store in Hamilton CBD. We've been in the CBD for coming on 30 years this October, and in that 30 years I've seen a lot of changes, and the majority of changes have been with the parking and how the parking works. My biggest grizzle and the biggest complaint I hear every day, and personally I'm not for or against, is the changes that keep happening. Every time someone comes along and has another bright idea, we change the system. Now, low-hanging fruit would be, let's put the 2 hours back in, because you can all see, you can all hear it. 60% of grizzles are about the 2 hours free parking. I'm not for or against, but but I am against continuous changing to the parking system. It confuses people before they even make a decision where to go. If they don't know what they're going to get in for, they just simply won't go there. It's another brick wall put in front of people. Reinstalling the 2 hours free parking, that originally was a trial, and we did question it when it was put in as a trial. Reinstating it would help. It is step one to revitalise the CBD, but only step one. There has to be a lot more things, and under that parking umbrella, there is probably 5 fingers, maybe 6 fingers, and that is 7-day-a-week monitoring, because we all know Sunday's a write-off. The people who work in the big box places just park there because they can. So there's a number of facets that need to be looked at around the parking, but reinstalling the 2 hours would silence a lot of the grizzles straight away, and it would be a start to bring it back. But it's only a start, and it's the changes that confuse people. So that's my 5 cents worth. We could go on for this for hours, and I have with a lot of yous. But yeah, if anyone wants to see me, they know where to find me. We could go on for hours about this. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcus. Donna Ferguson, please. Is Donna here? No, she might arrive a little later. Is Jenny Bergeron here? Jenny. Welcome, Jenny. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Your Worship, the Mayor of Hamilton and councillors and all here. My name is Ginny and I own and operate Barber on Barton here in the CBD, where I have served the community for 12 years. Over this time we have seen several changes in the CBD parking, and today I speak as a concerned business owner and a voice for our community regarding the reduction of free parking from 2 hours to now 1. We have watched the CBD decline since. It has become very quiet and people now travel to the base in Chartwell where it's free parking with no time limit. In fact, this is a big talking point in my barber shop. Many customers have been really stung by the parking changes. People are put off coming into town and empty shops reveal it. People just don't want to come back. In addition, we have a petition of over 500 people, many of whom weren't fully accounted for as they aren't in the local Hamilton electorate. These were business owners and visitors from out of town who need the CBD to shop and conduct business. It's incredibly important. I have actually lost customers because of the struggle of time pressures and fines and the confusion of the parking machines. Please bring back the 2 hour free parking to release the constant time watching stress, revive the heart and love of our city. We are truly suffering with this 1 hour time limit. The decline since this change has been severe. People just don't have the time to shop, dine, get haircuts or run important errands. It's really hard for businesses to thrive as it is. If there is care and concern for businesses, patrons, visitors and the whole community of Hamilton, you will consider doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny, and appreciate you had to shut your business in order to be here as a sole operator, so thank you for doing that. Colin Hancock, please. Welcome, Colin.
Good morning. You all right? My name's Colin Hancock. I have an outdoor shop called Trek and Travel at the bottom end of Victoria Street. This feels like Groundhog Day because I was sitting in this very seat a couple of years ago. So what's happened now, we got that 2 hours where we had no complaints in the shop. We weren't having to defend the council from that point of view. And then we went on to the 1 hour and the time thing. The main complaint I get right now is more to do with the meters. So you've got one lot of meters on one side of town, you've got another lot of meters on another. You've got people coming in from out of town that maybe don't have a card, or if the sun is shining in a certain direction, you cannot read the actual screen on them. As far as the 1 hour is concerned, the 2 hours, obviously love to get back to 2 hours. But is it humanly possible for us to clear it up? Because right now there is confusion and people come in and ask, is it 1 hour or is it 2? So yeah, if it's possible to get it sorted out and the meters at the same time, life would be a lot better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colin. Very crisp and concise. Much appreciated. Barry Radford, please.
Good morning, my name is Barry Radford and I'm the owner and founder of Henred Bespoke Rugs in Caro Street, Alexandra Street. Having opened the business 4 years ago, we've seen a major decrease in the numbers of people in the city. It's been really disappointing. You know, we've invested over our first 5 years over $500,000 just in rents and costs of running our showroom. It's a huge investment, and to see a city that is dying is very, very disappointing and very, very sad, because I love Hamilton. This 2 hour parking issue, 2 hours of course will be great. I mean, I think it really well said previously that it is not just about 2 hours, it's about these damn machines, the inconsistency of the processes, the frustration of our clients. There are people that we're seeing into our business that have not been into this city in years because of the problems. It's really disappointing. There's unclear communications as to what's going on. The point about the machines is very, very true. This is a huge issue. You know, one of the other things is you have a dying city. Acknowledge it. This is a fact. There are 41 empty shops from Barton Street to the south end of the city, retail shops. That is a reality. This is a very sad situation, and to try and think that 2 hours parking is going to fix this is just dreamland. You know, one of the things, if you're generating money out of the central city, if you're generating money from parking, spend that money on promoting the city. Get events here. Everything in the city is all about promoting events outside the central business district. And we need to start looking at ways of promoting the city. 2 hours free will help, but it is not the answer. Thanks.
Thank you, Barry. Andrea Downey, please. Oh, you are listed to speak on this, but you don't wish to? No. That's okay. As I say, you are welcome. So perhaps if you change your mind over the next few minutes, you could let me know. Just checking, has Donna Ferguson arrived, or is she's not online? She's held up at work, so we'll keep the opportunity open to her. We are next going online to Vanessa Williams from the Hamilton Central Business Association. Good morning, Vanessa.
Apologies for that, having a few technical issues here.
Thank you for joining us.
And sorry not to be able to be in chambers today. I'm actually on leave, but I wanted to dial in just to say a few words. So thank you, Mayor and councillors, for allowing me to speak today to the 2 hours free parking offering. It's no secret at the moment that times are tough for business, and we're needing town to be as welcoming and inviting as possible to attract people in. Unfortunately, there is no one thing that is going to make the central city battle through these times. It is a series of things that are needed, and one of the biggest things is reducing barriers to coming into town. We do not have our parking right. We see it and hear it all the time. Personally, I very rarely host or go to an event either with business or with the public, where parking is not referenced as a problem. We need to change it. We need to make it easy. 2 hours free parking, well enforced, is an easy offering and can be simply explained. There is some fantastic development happening in our city, showing confidence, investment, and hopefully good times ahead. However, this is currently not married up with the numbers coming into town. Pedestrian counts are significantly lower than previous years. We have business closures impacting across multiple sectors. We do have the ongoing economic hardship for our businesses, coupled with increasing costs of being a business owner. I can't emphasise enough how hard it is to do business out there at the moment. And parking is a barrier to coming to town. We want to see that barrier reduced. 2 hours free parking is wanted and it is needed, and it will reduce a barrier to the public coming into the central city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa, and we appreciate you taking time out of your leave in order to join us this morning. Philip Key from New Zealand Business Connect, please.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the invitation to speak this morning. My name is Philip Key. I'm the CEO and founder of New Zealand Business Connect, which is based in the Hamilton CBD. I represent about 100 members, 100 businesses, of which many are based in the Hamilton CBD. I guess I took the opportunity this morning to actually walk down from my office to council chambers, and I couldn't help but notice the number of empty shops and the number of for lease signs that I came across. So obviously there is a problem in Hamilton that needs to be addressed. I think that the 2 hour free parking is one way of addressing that issue. It's not the only way, but it's certainly a first step. And it's no doubt in my mind that something needs to change. So as I said, I represent those members, and I think we need to revitalise the Hamilton CBD. We're growing. We're New Zealand's fastest growing city, and I'm very proud of that. But in terms of the actual CBD, we need to bring back in 2 hours free parking to actually make the city encouraging the consumer and business owners to come back into the CBD and grow the economics of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Ray Mudford, please.
Thank you, everyone. I'm changing the subject. I'm representing the large number of Hamilton citizens who earn less than $30,000 per year, who struggle with excessive rate, energy increases, and compounding global shocks. We applaud the recent initiative to reduce debt and overall spending and support the proposed 6.5% rate increase, acknowledging that the three waters are operating on a business as usual that has the historical HCC funding issues. We encourage halting and reassessing all projects, including the assessment of all delegations. It has been noted that the capital overrun continues with an extra $33 million being applied to debt this year, and of that it was claimed that $11 million was actually savings. It actually wasn't. It was transferred to the water people. At my last presentation, a staff member accused me of being misinformed. How is this, when the information comes directly from council documents? This person is misleading the elected members and is consistent with the veiled threats from staff to maintain business as usual. This is totally unacceptable and needs addressing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate your concise submission. Somebody who's no stranger to this chamber, her former worship, Margaret Evans, please. Morning, Margaret. Welcome back.
Your Worship, councillors, I've got 4 points I want to make. Firstly, I want to acknowledge that you had that highly controversial procurement report last month, which clearly showed you there are problems within the organisation, and I'm aware that there is work going on in that. However, at that time, your officials warned of high and extreme risks in some strategic and organisational areas and a failure to deliver growth outcomes. I do hope you were all reading and listening. Now we've got the Middle East blowing up and we have extreme risk to the nation as well as to the city. And I failed to see anything in the papers before you that has acknowledged that. And I appreciate, of course, reports are written weeks ago, but this is now and this is today. I support Mayor Tim's overall plan, but Mayor Tim, I don't think you've gone far enough, and particularly not mindful of the global risks that are ahead of us. And if I can drop down to the 4th point I was going to make, on the move to 2-hour free parking. Open up discussions with the Regional Council on free buses, because if there is a fuel crisis that emerges, you've got 2 birds here. You can encourage workers, who are the major problem with parking, morning and afternoon, and parents taking children to school. But free buses is a way that you could make some significant changes. And I am mindful, Colin, this one's directed at you at the back, I'm mindful that parking restrictions were first introduced into this city and many others because it was the workers who were parking right outside the shops. I'm going to say one more thing. Immediately seek provider interests in rainwater harvesting systems, because most of you should know that 99% of the treated water in this city is not used for drinkable purposes. And there's about 250 million going between your books and Airwise books that could be saved. Imagine the dent in the budget if you were successful in doing that. I will be circulating my submission to EOI. Kia ora. You've got lots more work to do, and very quickly.
Thank you, Margaret. Yes, we are aware of that and appreciate the clarity of your submission. Russell Knapp, please.
I guess they're both
Good morning, Russell. Yes, the one with the red light on. Red light is on.
Good morning, Mayor Tim and councillors, and I'd like to also say thank you to governance who are very helpful to people like me coming in. Today I'd like to talk about growth. I love the idea floated by Iwai that growth will pay for growth. I just wish I could actually believe it. I think everyone knows that this council's planning has been based on out-of-date growth projections. At last Friday's Iwai meeting, Colin Jones pointed to the council's projection of nearly 4,000 new dwellings in the CBD. He said that 1 dwelling per day would need to be completed starting now. CEO Peter Winder's response was basically, well, those are council's figures, not ours. That's not our job. We will work on the forecast that councils supply. So here's the rub. If council's projections are indeed wrong, surely every decision that flows out of that is going to be wrong too. So when growth fails to pay for growth, He'll put their hand up and say, oh, my bad, not I, why? Mr Winder has already distanced himself from that. So who will pay? Obviously, ratepayers. Having said that, it's not all bad. Congratulations, Mayor Tim, and the work you and some of your councillors have already undertaken to change the direction of this council. I think, however, now is the time to take a deep breath. The world is in a state of uncertainty. There is an oil crisis looming, and economic pressure is mounting on everybody. I think council would be wise to instruct officials not to set anything in concrete that can be delayed and reviewed. We're all doing that in our private lives, and so should you as our representatives. But again, thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving opportunities for people, ordinary people like me, who can come in and speak and give their opinions, rightly or wrongly. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell, and everybody who's spoken so far, because it is important that we hear from you. So we appreciate the fact that you've all taken the time to do that. Jeff Krieger, please. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you.
Your Worship, councillors, thank you. EY's water services strategy raises serious concerns around fairness, evidence and long-term sustainability. The proposal introduces new growth charges, $200 for water, $300 for wastewater over 25 years, shifting around $46 million into future development. But there is a fundamental problem. No evidence is provided that existing ratepayers have been subsidising growth for these changes. Without that, they risk arbitrary, not principle. Secondly, these charges are being introduced before a unified development contribution policy is in place. Instead, two inconsistent frameworks will apply, making fairness and accuracy impossible to guarantee. Third, the ability to reset charges creates real uncertainty, especially for staged developments, where costs could change from one phase to the other. Fourth, delaying depreciation risks underfunding assessment replacement, pushing costs into future generations through higher debt. And finally, the Papakoanga waiver mechanism lacks transparency. Decisions made without a clear, consulted policy risk shifting costs onto other ratepayers and undermining trust. So the message is simple. Pause. Get the policy right first. Provide the evidence. Apply consistent rules and ensure transparency. Because once these decisions are made and locked in, the consequences will last for decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you being right on time. Roderick Young, please.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and also councillors and members of the public. Rudy, it's nice to see you down the back there. Just a shout out. If this council fails to act decisively, it won't be because the law stopped you. It will be because you chose not to use the authority you were given. The IRD has come out and found that wealthy pay 1% inflation and the poor 4%. So I congratulate you on getting your budget down from 10.4 to 6.9, but you must do better. If you get it down to 1%, we are a wealthy city. If you leave it at 4%, we are a poor city. And currently it's at 6.9, which will be a dereliction of duty. That is my submission to you. I have written it down. The fact today is that with the shortness of time, I leave you to read it. Mayor, just on the parking, you came out with a commitment. You were elected unanimously for that, and I asked councillors to support the Mayor in his 2-hour free. On the street, it's a credibility issue. He said he's going to do something, and I need all 14 of you to support him with that free parking. I'm interested in the 1.2 billion in debt and the 100 million we pay in interest. That is where we need to focus. I appreciate many submitters on parking, but my point being is let's look at that 1% in increase in costs. At the moment it's 6.9. Consultation's about asking you to look at that 1%. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roderick. Just one last attempt. Has Donna Ferguson joined us? No, unfortunately then we won't be hearing that submission today. Colleagues, you may have seen earlier in the week that it was expected that Anna Stretton, a local business owner and high-profile member of the community, was to have been here in person. Instead, she has provided a written submission that I understand has been circulated to all elected members and will be included as Appendix 1 to today's minutes. I'm also advised that Liam Carter from Waikato is not presenting in person today, but that he has also provided a written submission that has been circulated to elected members. So please take the time to study both of those. Again, could I thank all those who have taken the time. We have.
Can I make a submission, although my name is not on the list, please?
Is it possible?
It's up to you.
Given that there's only 1 and 3 people who we were expecting have not arrived, I'm inclined to permit that. Please come forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is IE. I'm speaking on behalf of the free 2 hours parking as a resident and somebody who wants to come into the city to support the businesses. In the past, it was 2 hours free parking and it was free after 6 p.m. Now it is 1 hour free parking and up to 8 p.m. I come in often for meals and I wouldn't be coming in late in the evening just for the free parking. For me to spend $80 to $100 for a meal, the extra $1 or $3 parking might not make a big dent, but we feel that, having the 2 hours free parking free me in terms of making time decision. Do I come in at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock? Whereas if I decide to select the suburbs, Rototuna or the base, I can just go in at any time that suits me. So I'm in support of the 2 hours free parking, and I do believe, speaking from others who wants to come into the city, that 2 hours give us more time to walk around, have a meal, and not have to worry about the free parking, which is at the moment limited to just 1 hour. Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate your making the effort to be here as well this morning. At that, I think I can say that our public forum has concluded. So again, thank you to all who have submitted to us this morning and for the very concise nature of your submissions given the limited time that was available. We move on now to item number 5 on the agenda, which is confirmation of the Council's open meeting, the minutes of the 12th of March from 2026. These have been circulated. Would someone like to move that they be accepted? Councillor Corrales, that's been seconded by Councillor Pike. I'll put that motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
So we now move on to the Chair's report, which, bear with me while I come back to the right page. Colleagues, the Chair's report carries with it both the standard receipt recommendation, but also notes some recommended changes to Council's governance structure. Those, I'm not going to read the full report to you, but those changes affect Councillor Robbie Niha to move to the Procurement Subcommittee and relinquish his role on the Central City Revitalisation Subcommittee, and also the addition of Councillor Huata, who as Chair of the Growth and Economic Development Committee ought to have been on the Central City Revitalisation Subcommittee. The report, as I say, has been circulated to you. I'll take it largely as read. I will just point out that when we get on to the draft annual plan item of business, that will be a time for more substantive questions and debates on that particular topic. But the major focus is clearly on presenting the draft annual plan. It is very important that we receive, and I would hope adopt, our draft annual plan today in order to meet our needs as a council, including our legislative requirements. Some of the matters that are contained in the report have been touched upon by submitters this morning. There are also further details, of course, in the staff report, and I invite you to look at those as well. And then the final thing, I just noted that it has again been a very busy time in our city with a lot happening, and I do want to thank staff, particularly Sean Murray and his team, for the support that they were able to give to bringing Homegrown back to Hamilton. It wasn't previously known as Homegrown, but it did actually start here, and so it was wonderful to have it back here. That was a huge event, and of course so was Balloons Over Waikato, and two major events for our region. And the more events, and it's already been mentioned by several people this morning, the more events that we can have in our city, the better. Just pointing out that we do now have nominations for all of our Mangai Maori positions that will be considered in public excluded in order to protect the matters that need to be considered by us first, and then obviously made publicly available once decisions have been made. So leave the rest of the report to be taken as read and open it up for questions, if there are any. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. In your Chair's report, you have indicated that we are deliberately keeping changes limited in our annual plan and deferring more substantive decisions till the long-term plan. Can you tell us what criteria was used to determine what's appropriate to defer versus what we're going to decide on now?
Thank you. Yes, you're quite correct. And a decision was made early on by this council that we would try to keep things fairly simple for this annual plan. The criteria being that we have a huge body of work, and several submitters have already referred to that this morning, to get underway very soon. I've heard those who are urging us to get on with it, to get stuck in. We understand we must do that. The annual plan doesn't provide the opportunity for that deep dive. However, that definitely will be a factor at a later date. So the criteria that I applied was to keep it simple and to try to deliver a couple of things that would deliver immediate relief to residents of Hamilton. Our ratepayers have told us, particularly through the election campaign, that they've really been struggling with high rates increases. And as we know, parking is one of the most controversial topics. It's amazing how much time it does occupy. But it was also a consistent theme during the election campaign. So I deliberately decided to focus on two aspects where I think the voters spoke very clearly during the election campaign, and that was the criteria that I applied.
Thank you. I have one more question. Along the same vein of my previous question was, what assurances can you give that the key cost drivers will be actively reviewed ahead of the long-term process rather than simply carried forward?
I am very mindful of the fact that we must examine every cost driver if we are to achieve the improvement in our fiscal health that most of us were committed to when we campaigned during the election. And I do want to acknowledge particularly the CFO, who has been working tirelessly, but also the CEO, other members of the executive leadership team and staff. I thank them all for the fact that they've worked with us very clearly. We've already had reference today to the procurement maturity report. That's clearly an important driver, and we must ensure that we do everything we can to apply lessons from that and to improve the efficiency of our procurement. It's vitally important that we have a debt management plan, and I thank the chair of the Finance and Monitoring Committee, who is working hard, again with staff, to ensure that we can achieve that. We are already committed to reviewing a number of projects, and I think the final thing to make is we shall pull every lever that we can. Everything is up for review in the long-term plan. It will be a hugely challenging process. Getting our draft annual plan getting our annual plan finished with in June will enable us to ensure that the work that we need to be doing on the long-term plan can commence actually pretty much immediately to ensure that we get the job done properly, get things right. Because, of course, the final thing to remember is that we are required, under current government settings, to track towards a rates capping environment by 29-30, that financial year. That is going to be hugely challenging. We know that the infrastructure costs of a large and fast-growing city are significant, so we have a lot of things that we have to consider. That's why, in order to deliver some short-term, immediate relief for Hamiltonians, while not getting too far down into detail that will rightly be reviewed in the long-term plan, has been my focus from the outset.
Thank you.
Councillor Mead.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Thank you for the report, and thank you for bringing forward 6.9% on rates. And I'd also like to acknowledge Gary, CFO, and Lance, the CEO, who had been working on this for a long time before we even got to council about how we could do it. I do want a few things. The questions I've got is 6.9 this year. What is your target for next year other than capping? Because I believe firmly that we should not be using capping as a reason to get the rates down to where we need to get them down to. That should be our drivers.
Sorry, so can I answer that question? Because this is the time for questions. We can't get too far into debate. No. I infer from that question that you would be very keen to ensure that we can continue to track down. That is my firm commitment. I am, of course, only one of 15 councillors sitting around this table, so we have to work towards it. I can't at this stage give you a figure any more than a few weeks ago I was able to put a figure on the 6.9%. We must do the work and then come up with a responsible and sustainable figure. But it is definitely my intention to lead a process that sees us continuing to track down. That's what our ratepayers expect. That's what I think is required of all of us as we begin the detailed work on the LTP.
Second question, if I can. Can we have a guarantee of full and open access to the LTP from sort of where it started? I've been told it's already started to be written. Can we have an open and full guarantee to look at that process all the way through so we're not left with something that arrives on our desk that we need to work backwards on?
Well, Councillor, just as you are aware, we've already had a significant number of workshops as we work on the annual plan, and I will repeat the expression I used not so long ago, that you ain't seen nothing yet, because the work that will be undertaken by all of us, and I'm sure that Councillor O'Leary will be able to assure you that there are already a number of workshops and meetings in the pipeline to ensure that we have that transparency that is required. Clearly, we will, as governors, be asking questions across all aspects of this organisation. So it is definitely my intention that the process will be as transparent as possible, and I will be seeking the assistance of our staff to ensure that we're able to do that. No further questions? That being the case, we shall go into debate on the Chair's report. Do I have a seconder? The Deputy Mayor has to second. Thank you. And just a reminder that we've agreed to a 3-minute speaking slot for each councillor, given the nature of this. I beg your pardon. All right, you're quite right. Well, councillors, I think I can probably keep discussion on the Chair's report fairly brief, because clearly we'll be getting into the more detailed proposals under the next item of business. But firstly, could I again acknowledge those who accompanied me to China? Thank you for your considerable support and engagement. I think we came back here convinced that there are significant benefits to the sister-city relationship, and that there are further opportunities for us to explore that could have both economic and cultural benefits for our city. I know that Councillor O'Leary has been working to put a report together. We'll have that available in more detail for the next meeting, but I felt it was appropriate to bring the gift along today, and I do, as I say, thank all those who accompanied us on that trip. I think it was absolutely appropriate. It was the first time in 10 years that we had acknowledged that sister city, and we were treated very, very well indeed. I've already referred in introducing the report to the governance changes that are part of this motion, and I hope that all would be willing to support that. There are obviously a number of comments in my report about the draft annual plan, but I don't think it's necessary for me to go more into that, because we'll get onto that under the next item of business. Any other speakers? Councillor Bidder, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. 6 months into this new council, the Mayor's annual plan is slashing the rates increase by 1/3. Wow, great news. There is even better news on the way. Next year's long-term plan is the place where this council will make bigger savings. For those struggling, help is on the way. I want to thank the Mayor and all councillors for this. Thank you. Wuxi has a population of 7.5 million people. The sister city relationship is a wonderful opportunity and absolutely worth the investment. Finally, I would like to welcome Councillor Robbie to work hard on procurement. Apologies to all the other councillors, I just can't fit you on the best committee. Because there would be no one left for the minor work the rest of the council does.
Thank you, Councillor Bidder. Deputy Mayor Taylor, please.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm just going to speak to the governance side of things. Very supportive of the changes to subcommittees that you're suggesting. Sorry to lose Robbie Neha from Central City Revitalisation Subcommittee, but delighted to be able to get Maria Huata on that. Maria chairs the Growth and Economic Development Committee, and I'm her deputy on that committee, and we need to work closely together. And the Central City is obviously absolutely pivotal for our economic development, so it just fits hand in glove that we work together on that committee. Other than that, no, totally support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Huata, please.
Good morning, everybody, and a big acknowledgement to all the submitters today for taking time out of your day to come and share your thoughts with us. I have a couple of ka pies and one kia kaha. I'm going to start with the kia kaha. Although the balloons over Waikato is a fantastic event that really marks our place in as a city that can champion events like that, there was some concern from the public about parking, accessibility and safety. So I do hope that that's reflected in the report that we will receive. That's only one kia kaha. My ka pais, firstly I want to mihi about the Māngai Māori decision, and I'm excited to see them be put in place and the diversity and skills and expertise that they will bring to the table. A huge mihi and acknowledgement to Homegrown, over 20,000 people. It's set to become bigger in years to come, and that's one annual event alongside the balloons over Waikato and further abroad with field days that we as a city can champion. And my final mihi acknowledgement goes to you, Mia Tim, for your superb leadership over in Wusi. You absolutely shine in that role when you are representing as an ambassador for our small city of Kirikiriroa, Hamilton over there, and to the rest of the team to have yourself, our Chief Executive Lance, in your role and the importance of what you do, and also with the experience and the smarts that our Chief Whip Councillor Angela O'Leary has as well. And I just want to echo the mihi to Whamiao for her guidance over there. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Huata. I appreciate your kind comments. Councillor O'Leary, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I'll just start with thanking you for your report. As you've clearly lined out what's clear here, and what we have agreed to is that we are keeping the annual plan tight, and we're going to be using the long-term plan process for bigger, more detailed work to come, and that's actually what matters to me. I do want to take this moment to address Councillor Mead's question to you, Mayor McIndoe, around the guarantee of full and open process to the LTP from the start. As the lead person of that piece of work and that process, I can assure Councillor Mead and all councillors that the only work that is going on is staff collating and doing the work that they need to do to present us with every possible decision that we are going to have to make. That is the only piece of work that is happening right now. And I don't know who informed Councillor Mead that it's already been written or already started to be written, was the quote, but that is both incorrect and quite frankly disrespectful to the process and to me as the lead. I can assure you it will be step by step by step, and you will be exhausted at the pace and the decisions and the trade-offs that you have to make. Lastly, I just want to tautoko Councillor Huata's comments around Wuxi. Mayor Tim, you served the city beautifully. We were all exhausted, literally, and had some sleep deprivation, and I know the formal report will come at the next meeting, but you made me proud personally as my first trip in 19 years, and you made the city very proud, and we were very well served, and there are so many opportunities, and I look forward to being and playing a small part in that, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. Very much appreciate your comments as well. Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I acknowledge your report. Thanks for your report. First thing I'd like to pick up on is in terms of the events. You highlight Homegrown and the balloons over Waikato, and I agree with you, both excellent events, and we've seen a number of successful events being run here in our city over the first 3 months of this year. And one of the reasons why we can host events like this is because we have a number of high quality facilities, a diverse number of high quality facilities to cater for a diverse number of events, whether that's sports, arts, conferences, community events, cultural events. And it's important that we continue to maintain these facilities so that we can continue to host a diverse range of events to bring the economic benefit into our city. It's exciting to see some developments in terms of more accommodation coming online for our city, because I know in the past we have missed out on some events due to that, so that's good to see. And then as we go wider into the region, we also have a number of facilities, a number of events coming, like for example Matatini and other events on the horizon. And the second point I'd like to raise is in terms of the sister city, and Mayor Tim, thank you for your work, thank you for your leadership of us over there. And I agree, you do shine in that role. Maybe in a future life, maybe a diplomat might be diplomat role may be calling you. But look, I acknowledge your leadership, and hopefully in the future there is an opportunity to take some of our businesses across, particularly our larger exporters. Obviously, China is a large market for us as a country, and if there is an opportunity to take some of our large exporters, then that would be beneficial to our local economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strange. Councillor MacDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. First of all, I'd like to add my thanks to thanks already given to those who came in to speak to us this morning. It's not a small thing to come in and speak and present in front of Council. The second thing I want to note for the record is that late material was received again for the public excluded part, and just noting that this is the 4th meeting in a row that we've had late material. In terms of the proposal, I appreciate that there was some pre-council meeting thinking that went into testing the 2-hour parking, and that demonstrated diversity of thought. For me, parking is about access, usability, barriers and stress. Noting the public forum comments are also about meters and change. The Central City only works if people can come in, do what they need to do and leave without friction. 2 hours aligns with how I see people actually use the city, whether it's appointments, retail, hospitality or wellbeing services. That said, it comes at a cost, so we should be very clear about that trade-off. More broadly, I support the rates proposal as a change of trajectory, not an end point. A 6.9 increase is an improvement on what was originally set, but once you factor in water charges, it's still significant and arguably still expensive for households and businesses. That said, I accept that the big effort will go into the long-term plan to make the big changes and posit my expectation alongside your comments, Mayor McIndoe, that a downward trend can be anticipated by our ratepayers, by Council being more disciplined about what we fund and what we don't. Thank you.
Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Niha, please.
I too would like to thank our submitters today. It's lovely to hear from our public and our community. Thank you too, Mayor Tim, for sharing your trip to Wuxi, China with us, and thank you to Wuxi, China for the lovely taonga. I'm supportive of our council's continuing our overseas relationships, particularly with our sister cities. Today's worldwide climate has become more important now ever to be collegial with our worldwide neighbours, not impose war on them. Regarding my transfer from the City Revitalisation Committee to the Procurement Committee, I would like to thank Chair Councillor Bitter for inviting me and allowing me to join the Procurement Committee. It has now become the best committee. Thank you too to Councillor Huata for ably replacing me on that committee. With their talented skills as Chair of the Growth and Development Committee, Councillor Huata, you should have been there on the committee anyway. I did not choose or ask to be on the City Revitalisation Committee, but as a multiple business owner, I am more than sympathetic to business owners, current risk and the tough economic conditions we all face. When elected, I promised I would look into rates, council debt and council expenditure, particularly any wasteful spending. I look forward to joining the newly formed Procurement Committee, as my business and negotiation skills are simply better suited there. I look forward to being heard, assisting where I can and contributing to improving processes and securing savings throughout our council on behalf of our staff, businesses, ratepayers and all of our city residents.
Kia ora, Councillor Niha. Councillor Corrales, please.
Thank you. It is incredibly powerful and impactful when you come and speak in chambers, and I want to thank you all for your time and your thoughtful comments. I assure you that they are taken on board, so thank you. And on that point around acknowledging public submitters, I do want to pick up on a point made by Roderick Young in relation to the Mayor and the annual plan and parking. This is not a Mayor that was elected by a slim margin. This is a Mayor that was elected with more than 80% of the total votes of the next ranking candidate. This Mayor has the mandate to lead, and it is entirely appropriate that those statutory powers that enable a Mayor-led annual plan are being used and have been used to shape this plan. Not everyone will agree with every element. I don't necessarily. But taken as a whole, it responds well to the realities facing our community, our households and our businesses. I appreciate the Mayor's focus on enabling us to turn our full attention to the long-term plan, which is where my focus is and where I believe the deeper, more complex decisions and nuanced trade-offs properly belong. And on that note, I wish to acknowledge Senior Councillor O'Leary's assurances that the process will enable considerations to be properly and thoroughly explored. I support your report, Mayor Tim, and the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Pike, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I also want to acknowledge those in the public forum today. It's great to see our galleries full, and I always treasure the conversations that come from their contributions, so thank you all. Thank you also, Mayor Tim, for your work on this report, and it reflects the extensive profile that you continue to hold across our city, so thank you for that. I want to recognise the recent visit to Wuxi. For a city of Hamilton's size, these international relationships matter. They create opportunities beyond symbolism that open our doors for cultural exchange, education and economic connections that benefit us as a growing city. I want to sincerely thank those who represented Council. I know your schedule was very full. It was purposeful and meaningful, and your work reflected well on Hamilton, so thank you. I also want to acknowledge the importance of our major community events. The Balloons event being a free event is fantastic. It means so much to our families and residents across the city, ensuring everyone can participate, regardless of their income. I note that Councillor Maria's comments around opportunities for improvement, but that this is an event that residents genuinely look forward to every year, and it continues to be a much loved highlight on our calendars. It was also wonderful to hear about the success of Homegrown and to welcome it back to Hamilton. I was extremely impressed during the tour we went to on the Friday beforehand, and the level of planning involved, particularly around public safety, crowd management, and just the overall experience and positivity they were focusing on was very much appreciated. From everything I've heard, the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. It's a well-run event, and I look forward to it returning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pike. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll save most of my questions for the next debate. Most of my comments for the next debate, but I do want to acknowledge our public forum speakers. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to be here. And also, Councillor Robbie, I know you'll do fantastic in procurement, so congratulations on the role. And Councillor Maria, welcome to the Central City Subcommittee. Great to have you on board. Also want to acknowledge the major events that have happened over the last couple of months, including Balloons over Waikato. The flying in the morning was spectacular. I was there with family, and it's wonderful to have a free event that's so accessible to people. I do want to just echo some of the comments made around the night glow. Well, I wasn't there. I'm sure it was fantastic as always, but there was a lot of talk online about the difficulty of access. Possibly it's time to question, actually, do we spread this over 2 days? You know, are there other ways to ensure that this event can be accessible to more people? People are upset that they're missing out, but also with how difficult it is to get there with so many people all trying to get to one location all at once. It's proving, I think, difficult to manage. So I'd love to hear how we can work with the organisers, given we're a key sponsor, on how that might be managed differently in the future so that everyone can continue to enjoy such a fantastic event. Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No further speakers. Then I'll just exercise a brief reply. I do want to thank you all, all those who have spoken, for your very generous comments, particularly about the Wuxi trip. Councillor O'Leary made the point that we were quite tired. It's worth noting that because our flight was delayed and left at 25 minutes past midnight on the Sunday, which we had been up since, obviously, whatever time we got up that morning, most of us didn't sleep on the plane. As soon as we arrived, we were straight into the program. By the time we got to our hotel just before 9 o'clock that night, we had been awake for 43 hours. And I did make the point to our host that it would be helpful if we could have been given even an hour back at the hotel to freshen up, have a shower, and perhaps a 20-minute power nap. But anyway, that aside, it did actually go extraordinarily well. Thank you to those who have also commented on the balloons and the success of Homegrown. They were both great events. Of course, this was the first time that Homegrown was back, and so I'm sure that lessons are being learned, but it was really encouraging to see the big numbers coming through the gate, and I would like to think that the promoters of that event would be sufficiently encouraged by those they got through to think that it can be even bigger and better next year. We want to hold on to this, and I thank also the residents who were affected in the area by in fact, there was remarkably little disruption and very few complaints, and that was a tribute to everybody concerned. Thank you to Councillor O'Leary for her very clear outline of the LTP process. I echo her comments 100%, and we've already seen how well she has led us through the annual plan. I know that she will bring her experience and her clarity to bear in the LTP as well, and I look forward to that. I can probably leave it on that. Obviously, there's been a lot of discussion about the 2 hours free parking and rates proposals. We will get onto that shortly, but for now, I think if I could put the motion for the adoption of the Mayor's report, or the Chair's report, noting that it does also formalise the transition of Councillor Niha from one committee to another, and the appointment of Councillor Huata to our CBD Revitalisation Committee. So I will put that motion. It's been seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? No?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Now, colleagues, given that it's coming up to 5 to 11 and our next item of business is the major one for the morning, I'd suggest that we perhaps adjourn a few minutes early and take our morning tea break. We should be back in the chamber at 10 past 11, please, to resume, but do please enjoy a cup of tea. And to our visitors, you are welcome to help yourself to the coffee machine that is in the reception area. and particularly to those who have been waiting online, I do apologise for taking much longer than had originally been anticipated for our morning tea break, but there has been quite a lot of intense discussion going on during the break. I'm going to ask Amy to put the motion up on the board. This is the motion to be moved by myself, and it's been indicated that it will be seconded by the Deputy Mayor. There are a couple of minor changes that I wish to draw to your attention, so I'll just wait for that to come up. Right, so,
the way into the changes.
So it's a big pardon?
I'll just zoom in the right way
Right.
to the changes.
So it is, as has been previously circulated and outlined to you, but includes subclause F, just to provide some clarity over a matter that's obviously been either confusing to or unknown by some people, noting that the additional OPEX spend of $150,000 for year 3 of the long-term plan for the purpose of CBD streetscape tidying, maintenance, renewals and improvements, which was approved by the Finance and Monitoring Committee at its meeting on the 29th of April 2025, is included in the budget line for the Central City Work Programme. So that was the first thing, just to provide that clarity. Secondly, if we could just come down, after a discussion with Councillor Moroney, I have agreed to the addition of the wording in item J, or subclause J, which would provide for a third option of continuing with 1 hour free parking. That's the arrangement we have at the moment, which is scheduled to come to an end in July of this year. So it would mean that instead of the 2 options, it would be a third option with the same sort of addition of likely benefit and disbenefit information that will apply for the other 2 options. So those are the 2 changes to the motion that has previously been circulated. So we now come to the item on the agenda number 7, which is the 2026-27 proposed draft annual plan budget. We have James Clark, who's done a huge body of work on this with the CFO and others, coming to speak to the staff report. And James, and Gary, it's been said before, but I do want to acknowledge this is a very, very demanding exercise, and you have both worked long hours, and I know that sometimes it's been long hours into the night, perhaps even after midnight. So thank you for burning the candle at both ends for us and for the work that you've done. I invite you now to present the staff report.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tim. Kia ora koutou ko James Clark tokorewa. I'm actually going to say as little as possible in these comments for 2 reasons. First of all, because we've been through a long process over the last few months discussing the various issues, and there's a detailed report in front of you. And second, because I'm sure you're much more interested in hearing from the gentleman to my left anyway, the Chief Financial Officer, who will add a few comments after I've spoken. So I'm just going to largely focus on the sort of key staff recommendations from within the report, except to say that, and this has been touched on already, but annual plans are generally used for relatively minor variations to the long-term plan, whereas the long-term plan, and we're about to enter one, provide a holistic opportunity to look at everything council does and how we fund it, and crucially to have that conversation with the community. As Senior Councillor Angela said, that process has started only to the extent of teeing up information for us to discuss with you over the next few weeks. So turning to the key recommendations in the report, based on the Mayor's proposal, the report proposes a reduced rates increase to 6.9% and a series of reductions to operating expenditure, which avoid any level of service reductions to enable that. And Gary will be able to talk to that in a bit more detail shortly. It also proposes, based on the direction set by the Mayor and within the Mayor's plan, the reintroduction of 2 hours free parking, as you're aware. And probably the third prong I would touch on is the proposal is that we don't formally consult on the annual plan, but instead we would conduct the council in the community engagement process, getting out into the community and discussing with the community both what's in the Mayor's plan and the draft annual plan, and also discuss the work ahead in the long-term plan. We would, however, be consulting on the fees and, certain elements of the fees and charges schedule, namely the parking proposal, the proposed increase to the gardeners charge for non-Hamiltonians, and certain fees under the Resource Management Act that we legally have to consult on. Separate to all of that, there is a consultation that you approved last month on the financial contributions policy. Those consultations are all due to start later today and run for the next month. One nuance I would just add, and you'll have received a helpful email overnight from Helen Parkey regarding the aquatics charges and what we've tried to achieve there. Just one sort of clarification I'd just like to issue is that we will be doing, alongside that, sort of targeted discussions with stakeholders, getting feedback on those proposals, but that doesn't form part of the formal consultation that we're discussing, and which goes into the statement of proposal. A couple of other recommendations I would just sort of draw your attention to. We set out the impact of the proposed budget on our financial strategy measures for 2026-27. Those of you who've been through this process before will have noticed that we've only provided the projections for 2026-27. And that's because there's so much uncertainty looking beyond that in terms of the decisions you might want to make in the long-term plan, the changes to legislation that might impose further changes upon us, etc., that I think putting forward anything to show later years would be more unhelpful than it would be helpful, if that makes sense. Finally, there's also a number of capital deferrals that we're proposing making. So we've discussed that in a workshop, and some of them have effectively already been made, but there's a few that we're sort of name checking in the report and asking you to confirm. That's a deferral of the Enderley Community Centre, of the Gardens Cafe, and relating to stormwater as well. They're the three sort of buckets, and I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have on those. I think probably everything else that I would have said has been covered already in discussion or in the changes that have been made to the motion and amendment, so I will leave it there and hand over to Gary.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, firstly, I'd like to acknowledge yourself, Mayor McIndoe, for setting early, clear and transparent expectations through the Mayor's plan, challenging but realistic for management to work towards in delivering the draft annual plan today. I'd also like to thank the councillors around the table for the thoughtful and probing questions over recent months as we've developed this plan, especially those going through their first annual plan process. I also want to acknowledge the teams and staff across council under the leadership of Lance and the executive in setting the culture necessary to deliver the improved performance against the amended long-term plan presented. Adapting to the additional and different approaches to modernising financial planning we're building as an organisation does require change. People approach things in different ways and change is not easy, but the team has leaned into that, supported by some long hours from staff and the strategy and finance team, and I appreciate you acknowledging that, Mayor McIndoe. This is a draft annual plan for 26-27, sitting in the context of our current amended long-term plan 2024-2034. One key observation I'd highlight, per page 19 to 20 of the report, is that across all of our main financial metrics, the position presented today is improved compared to what was anticipated for year 3 of the long-term plan. While it's not formally a financial strategy benchmark in the current long-term plan, as CFO, I think the key indicator in this report is that we are delivering operational cash near break-even before any intergenerational funding for growth or levels of service. In simple terms, that means we are not proposing to draw down any new debt to fund any everyday operating activities. That is a strong position and an important signal of financial discipline, signalling consistent improvement year on year across the last 3 years. Again, I'd note this annual plan is still a draft. Management will continue to monitor conditions leading up to adoption at the end of June. At this stage, we expect the key financial KPIs presented today to be maintained through to adoption in late June. That said, we operate in a complex and dynamic environment. Some movement in operating numbers is normal in a budget of this scale,
effectively 500 million that we spend each year. But we would not expect these movements to materially impact the core financial indicators presented. Small changes can be managed within the plan. Larger or cumulative changes may require us to reassess, not necessarily the KPIs themselves, but how we achieve them. But that's exactly why we actively monitor and adjust where needed through the oversight of Councillor Corrales as Chair and the Finance and Assurance Committee. Our annual plan isn't something we draft and put on a shelf. It's something we live and monitor every day. We are all conscious of the broader current global conditions. We have not made any material adjustments for that at this stage in this draft annual plan. We have a robust risk framework in place with solid guardrails. It allows us to continuously scan the horizon, monitor developments and respond. What we are doing, however, is increasing the frequency and intensity of our monitoring. If conditions change, we will provide appropriate advice, either before adoption or through the 26-27 year as performance unfolds. The draft annual plan recommends a 6.9% increase in rates for existing ratepayers. We've delivered this by looking at a number of different things, most of which are laid out on page 24. We've had better performance over the last 2 years, including efficiency in our financial outcomes, in our digital services spend and some procurement savings, which means our opening debt is lower, financing costs are lower, and we can carry those savings into the draft 26-27 annual plan. In the draft annual plan, we also looking to increase revenue from sources other than rates, making stronger cost-conscious decisions, such as managing vacancies more tightly, reducing spend on consultants, and making sure the cost of new infrastructure is shared fairly over time. Overall, as CFO, I believe this draft annual plan strikes the right balance, supporting financial sustainability, maintaining levels of service aligned to the long-term plan, and creating some headroom to ease the rating burden, removing an average of $100 in rates increases per existing ratepayer compared to what was previously anticipated in the long-term plan. I acknowledge we will need to revisit these settings more structurally as we move into consideration and consultation for the long-term plan 2027-37. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary and James. We'll open it up now for questions. Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you, Gary. Just a question. We've got some news recently around the Gordonton Road situation, and I guess one of my concerns is, or what I want assurance on, is that we have a budget or a proposed budget that has enough resilience in it to meet those kinds of challenges should they present.
Yeah, without knowing the exact specifics and scale of it, then absolutely. I come back to, it's a $500 million budget, especially in the capital space. We do have contingencies set within the existing budget base. As I said, small changes can normally be kind of adopted and adapted to pretty easily. The challenges, if they're cumulative, and there's many of them, or they're large, then we may have to look at what we've got and how we reprioritise things. But I still come back to, they would have to be fairly significant, I think, for us to actually change the financial KPIs that we're targeting. So I do believe that we have the resilience in our financial plan to deal with those types of things at the kind of scale that I understand it to be.
Okay, thank you. And just a question on deferring depreciation, stormwater depreciation particularly, and I have asked this, but I guess what I'm wanting to understand further is how we are factoring in climate impacts and rainfall intensity into our projected costs for stormwater. I just need a quick statement on that, if that's possible.
So I think it's important for us to recognise the difference between renewal of the existing assets and maintaining what we've already got versus how we deal with levels of service improvement, even though that's kind of an improvement into future generations, recognising that some of it's been caused. What I have suggested relative to the deferral in particular is that it's a key focus area for the 27 to 37 LTP. We had a valuation adjustment that we'd looked at in the last annual plan. The current draft of that is $4 million better than was indicated a year ago because of improved condition assessment and asset information. And I think that's where our opportunity comes to identify how we balance what is needed for renewals versus what can be invested, such as climate change, resilience, etc. And I think that's got to be a focus of LTP 2737.
Yeah, great, thank you. And just some questions around, in particular, the parking, free or proposed parking. I guess I just want to know, are staff expecting, through the free parking proposal, that an increased number of people will drive to the CBD?
I'm reluctant to give a sort of definitive statement, but I think it's fair to comment that overall free parking initiatives could be expected to increase private car usage, and as per the motion, in fact, I believe all of the motions and amendments that are now on the table, we're very happy to include reference to that within the statement of proposal.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Casey Cox. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you. I think my question is for Gary. I have three questions. Of the reduction from 10.4 to 6.9, how much of that is driven by deferrals, changes in timing, temporary adjustments relative to what's permanent adjustments?
There's about 2.5 million, so about a third of it is particularly associated with the deferral for growth. So that's identifying that if you were to fully fund your depreciation, which is what it was in the previous LTP, which was what was driving part of the 10.4, you would be funding assets that have only recently gone in the ground, where the residents that are expected to use those are not there and are not ratepayers at the moment. So that's part of how we've identified the opportunity to deliver some of that reduction, by trying to get the right people paying for the right things at the right time.
Thank you, but you still didn't answer the question.
So a third of the differential.
Thank you. My other question is, of the proposed capital deferrals, what service or delivery risks are we accepting by deferring Enderley and the Gardens Cafe and Stormwater?
I can talk about the gardens. One, Sean may want to add to this, and others may want to add on the other ones. With the Gardens Cafe, look, it's just something that we've identified needs to be upgraded ideally as soon as possible. Ideally we'd do it slightly quicker, but delaying it by a year is not a big issue. There's just some of the feedback is that it's not quite at the level that people would expect of a sort of premium attraction of the gardens, and the sooner we can ensure that it is, the better, but there's no real risk identified in delaying it by a year. That's the gardens one. In terms of, Helen might want to talk about the Enderley Community Centre.
Yep, the risk for Enderley is minimal, providing in LTP you address either the renewal or the rebuild in the first 3 years. Yep.
And Stormwater?
Sorry, through the chair. The stormwater one in particular, the deferrals in that area, a lot of them are related with growth. We've covered these off, and that growth component hasn't happened as fast as what it was anticipated. So very little in that space. I think there's been some questions around compliance overall with our overarching resource consent. I think it's very limited because we're deep in the design and consenting phase for these projects. We're talking to the regional councils on a weekly basis around these consents. So I think it's limited, if any. Thanks.
Thank you. So we're deferring things that don't have material risk, which is great. Thank you. And I have one last question for you, Gary. So looking at the debt profile, I applaud that there's no new debt being taken on board for operational activities. What's the plan to materially shift the debt trajectory rather than just stabilise it?
So I think the first one I'd kind of say that LTP 2034 didn't have a specific debt repayment, debt management approach built into the financial strategy. I think it is essential that we put that into LTP 2737. Needs to be really transparent, that we do have a framework where funding is being applied to reduce the historic debt, and that where any additional debt is taken on board, it is consistent with intergenerational equity. So ultimately I do think you cannot completely avoid debt in a growing council. That would breach intergenerational equity in a substantive way. So I think the importance of identifying the debt you've had and how you're repaying it versus what you're using any future debt for is the critical thing that needs to be in LTP 2737 financial strategy.
Yeah. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Questions around the around services to start off with. Can you give elected members assurances that this annual plan does not bring about any reduction in services to residents and ratepayers?
Yes.
Can you continue to give that commitment should we move into a rates capping environment in future years? Are there decisions that we are making in this annual plan that will make it difficult in a rates capping environment to keep to that commitment?
I might start on that, and then Gary can add to it. I guess the first thing I would say, and apologies for repeating what's in the report, but the job of an annual plan budget is to sort of provide the sort of necessary sort of budget for the year ahead, and we can't sort of preempt what's in the, not to sort of try to protect ourselves from future impacts of legislation. I know you're not necessarily saying that, but I think that has to be the starting point of what's in the annual plan budget. Looking ahead, it is clear that if, depending on what level rate capping is introduced at, it could ultimately lead to conversations around what services council provides and the level at which it provides them. And I suppose it follows that if we have slightly lower rates to start with, we commented in our submission to central government on rate capping that it's unfair that rate capping is based on the level you start at. So I guess it follows that the lower your rates are at the start, the more it could mean that rate capping will sort of bite quicker. However, I think the important caveat to give is if ultimately the rates capping proposal is that the percentage is not sufficiently high to keep up with the costs that we face, then sooner or later rates capping is going to bite, and we would have to respond to it, as I know council may wish to do anyway. And having an extra bit of buffer from a slightly higher rates increase may help you out, may sort of slightly defer that by a year, whatever. It's not ultimately going to change the picture. Ultimately, over the long term, if the percentage of rates increase that the rates capping regime allows for is less than our costs as a growing city, we would have to respond to that regardless of the rates rise in this annual plan.
And can I just say, we're all committed to looking at efficiencies, and we've got subcommittees, procurement, etc., and working on that. And the other thing is, the latest from DIA is that the government is listening to the submissions on rates capping, because the capital back end of it is nonsensical, and even economists like Brad Olson are saying that and giving advice to government. They've got the OPEX part of it, which actually has more sense and to the methodology that's being used. So it sounds like they're listening to that, and the back end of it really affects growth councils that have to put in infrastructure for growth. So I think it's probably a little bit early to categorically give you an answer. I think we'll probably tease that out during the 10-year plan more.
Thank you. My next question is around the impact of fuel prices, current fuel prices, on the work of council, and what consideration has been made in the annual plan budget for worst case scenario, mid case scenario, and low risk scenario in this environment.
So if I respond without trying to get too complex, first off, we monitor those scenarios all the way through. That is why we have the enterprise risk framework that we have. There are a number of strategic risks that would be impacted based on long-term components. SR2, which is financial, I'm looking 5 as the delivery one. I suppose the challenge, as we all face in looking at this, is the uncertainty associated with the timeline. The challenge whenever we're doing annual plan is, do you plan for worst case? Do you want to rate for worst case? Do you want to cut services on the back of worst case? Or do you want to go, we know that there is a risk associated with it within the risk framework, and we continue to monitor that risk actively? And then I think once you're closer to it, you have more opportunity to then choose how you react to that risk. Whereas I think if you overreact to begin with, there's a challenge. But, you can end up looking backwards and wishing you had made different decisions. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. We do not have that at the moment. I think based on what we currently know, given that we're 3 months out from adoption, I think presenting the draft annual plan as it currently is the appropriate thing to do. As I said when I talked, we are increasing our monitoring of that. So that's the first bit, is how do we monitor it? I think then you break it down into what is the risk. And when we look at organisationally, I know we've communicated this, but I think it's worth discussing today here as well. I look at the risk kind of almost as a five-fold evolution. So the first one is the direct impact of fuel price. So our direct fuel costs are somewhere between 600 and 800,000 a year. So although that sounds like a lot, and any significant increase is a lot, I don't want to minimise it. In the scale of the 500 million that we spend a year, it is a small percentage. So therefore, changes in that can be adopted to and adapted to a lot easier. The second tier risk that we have is obviously on not our direct fuel costs, but the fuel costs associated with our suppliers. We enter into long-term contracts for a reason, trying to balance some of that risk protection. Obviously, we do have some that will have minor adjustment clauses with them. We will continue to work through those with suppliers, but it's something we need to. But again, we would sit here and say, we as an organisation are trying to deal with short term. We would expect our suppliers to do that as well, and not necessarily look just to pass the cost on to us. The third layer for me is the cost of supplies impacted by petrochem and availability in the supply chain. So we are not as exposed to that with the shift of water and wastewater to EOI as much as we otherwise would have been. As an organisation, they probably have a bigger risk profile associated with that. We still do have some critical material components that are impacted, so we would need to monitor those. And I think after that, you're starting to look at the flow-on effects into both inflation and interest impact. I think short-term, our more critical issue is impact of supply on services rather than actually financial. So I think before we would be talking about how are we going to react to the financial implications as part of any adjustment to annual plan 26-27, we would be in a position where we would be talking about actual supply issues and continuing and prioritising services, is my personal opinion.
Thank you. You've talked about the 3 months that we have from now to confirmation of the annual plan. Should you be bringing back to us, because of the evolving fuel crisis issue, different budget lines from in the draft that we see today on these items that you've identified that are associated with that, would that be proposing an increase in the rates, the proposed rates increase, or would you be recommending service cuts to address that?
So again, I would refer back to what our risk management framework already has in place. I'm trying to go, we don't make this up as we go along. There is a framework that guides us in terms of how we are supposed to react and do that, and we are doing that at the moment. That's why I like talking about the horizon scanning, right? You don't put in place a horizon scanning monitoring methodology and just leave it. You adjust it to the circumstances that you're facing. Sometimes it looks longer and it's more stable. Sometimes as the environment changes, you bring that forward a lot. And that's kind of what we're doing at the moment. We're having discussions on a weekly basis and sometimes on a daily basis at the moment that we would normally have only ever had on a monthly or quarterly basis. The risk management framework obviously has all elements built into it in terms of the choices that council could make, but it does start by talking about things like looking at reprioritisation, not necessarily cuts, but timing of services. So I think you would start there before you would start talking. And the team, as part of the work that we are doing within that risk management monitoring profile, has already started a process of looking at capital program for the coming 12 months and potentially longer, and working out where is critical, what's the priority of those, like under unimpacted financial indications and global economy. I think the plan is the plan, it's the right plan. I think if things continue to stay as they are or change, we would need to look at it and go, well, although it's still important to us under this particular circumstance, is it that important to us? So I think that reprioritisation relative to where we sit at the time. And so I think making sure we're doing the work now to set ourselves up if we have to talk to you about that before we get to June is important.
So do I take that answer to be, because what I'm trying to understand as an elected member is what decisions might we be facing in 3 months' time? And do I take that answer to mean that the intake of rates is not going to be a consideration in that equation?
I could not say it's not a consideration. One, that's your choice to give guidance to us in terms of what you want to consider as our response. It's our role to give you guidance. What I would say is I as CFO, I know, I'm not speaking on behalf of the rest of the organisation, I suppose. Given historic trends, and historic trends do not dictate the future, I appreciate that. At the moment, I would say, based on where we are at this point in time, adopting the draft today, it's appropriate not to have those adjustments in. But yeah, we would have to come back with multiple different alternatives.
Thank you.
Can I just add one point to that? I think it's just worth noting that a year ago we had a very similar discussion about whether we should increase inflation because of what was happening at that point, which was President Trump was introducing various tariffs. And the advice from staff at that point, which council agreed with, was that it would be sort of premature and overly speculative to change the assumptions at that stage, and crucially that we had sufficient sort of mechanisms built in, as Gary's discussed, for responding later. And I think probably the last year has all bared out that was probably the right approach then. So that's that in full. I appreciate this situation is different to last year. Every situation is different, but I think the principle is probably similar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moroney. Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I've got some questions around the Hamilton Gardens enclosed gardens paid entry. So item 72, it talks about the staff recommendation to increase the single adult entry to $27.50 from 1st of October 2026, and the $27.50 fee specifically set to match the adult paid entry for Hamilton Zoo. And then you mention in here, this will ease the introduction of joint visitor passes in the future. Can you please explain what the joint visitor passes will be?
Perhaps, Chair, if I respond to that question. Look, it's one of the things that we are considering as a bit of a tactical marketing initiative as to whether or not we introduce joint passes for non-Hamiltonian residents between Hamilton Gardens and the Hamilton Zoo that we would sell in advance. So if you want to visit both destinations, we might do a dual pass. As a part of an overall program, we might do dual annual passes, includes both. So it's just leading us in towards a position where we will become a bit more tactical with various pricing initiatives and so forth that we can do to meet market demand.
All right. So, for example, if the gardens and zoo are both 20/20/50, I would assume a joint visitor pass, maybe a discounted rate likely.
yes, there might be some sort of a break, correct.
Okay. Next one is the 2750. I assume that's a cost per day. So garden's been open from 10 till 6. You could arrive at 10 and stay the whole time if you wanted to. There's no time limitation there, is there?
That's correct.
Okay. And the other part I was curious about was in terms of we expect minimal impact on international visitation, but expect a likely decrease in domestic. Yeah. So do you primarily put that down to price, I imagine?
Yeah, I think the real sensitivity on the increased pricing will be more to do with our neighbours in the immediate area. May find that a bit challenging, and I think we're all aware of that. So we're just sort of being cautious, if you like, in terms of allowing for a bit of an initial drop. We did exactly the same when the $20 fee was introduced as well. We factored in some initial resistance, so that's sort of normal. But we do want to get the underlying principle is we want to get the pricing to reflect the value of the offer, because it is a really valuable offer, and also to get it closer to market rates for other similar visitor attractions around the country.
Yeah. Have you had any feedback from international visitors or international tour organisations around the price they'd expect to pay?
No, other than they're surprised it's as low as it is. Seriously.
Yeah. And one other question around the parking, in terms of potentially merging the zones in the CBD. Apologies if I missed in the report, but is there any financial impact on that merger? Anything significant?
So at the moment, the only difference between the two zones is the price that's charged in the second hour.
Yeah.
Mayor Tim's proposal is that the first 2 hours are both free, so almost by default, therefore, the two things become the same. Does that kind of explain it?
Yeah.
So there's no sort of additional cost or benefit. It's just that, by having 2 hours free parking, the difference between the two goes away anyway.
So would we probably just keep it sitting there in terms of the colour? There's different colours at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah, we're doing a bit of thinking actually around exactly practically how we would give effect to that. For example, it might be that the whole thing would just become the green zone, and the green zone is the free parking area. We'd need to give a bit of thought to that over the next between now and when the change would come in.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor McIntyre. Look, I just have a question about F, which has appeared in both your plan and also in the amendment. And some councillors may sort of it's come in over the last day, and some councillors may be wondering about it. That's the extra $150,000 for OPEX in the CBD in 2026-27. I just thought, just for councillors to understand, could someone just explain how that has, just briefly, how that has come to pass and what the implications are for the budget, the OPEX budget in the CBD for that year as a result of this?
So there's an existing $150,000 in the budget in every year of the long-term plan. Separate to that, the original LTP included having an additional $150,000 in years 1 and 2. And then there was a motion through initially the Infrastructure and Transport Committee, later the Finance and Monitoring Committee this time last year, to also have that extra $150,000 in year 3, i.e. the year that we're talking about here. That has now been added to the budget, and it just forms part of the budget, just like everything else. I don't know if Gary wants to add anything to that, but it's now included in the budget. So there's the original 150,000 and the additional 150,000, regardless of any motions that might come forward today.
Right. So am I correct in saying that the CBD OPEX budget for the year 2026-27 is now 300,000?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've got a few questions. One is in regard to the foreshadowed amendment, which proposes to introduce 200,000 for Central City safety and activation initiatives to be determined by the Community Committee. Gary, could you please speak to the impact of this? I understand from earlier conversations this wouldn't be seen as something that would need to impact on the financial parameters that we are otherwise agreeing to today.
I believe so. So, you know, it's the hard one of maths is maths, and so theoretically, if we're putting more cost in, you've got to find offsets elsewhere. We will have to find those offsets elsewhere.
Yeah.
The reality is that at that scale, as I said earlier, we are quite often trying to deal with pluses and minuses, not just within the annual plan, but all the way through the year. So I wouldn't recommend changing the what we've presented. And part of that is the extent to which we have to rework off the back of that. If we were, for example, to put that into trying to find some savings elsewhere to find it, or to adjust the rates to find it, the amount we would spend in additional effort, jobs for accountants I describe it as, would not be beneficial. So I'd rather take it at risk and work through it in a more natural way. That being said, and I mentioned this earlier, if you have a number of cumulative of those, or one large one, it's a very different story. Yep. So you do have to take it in the context of where we are at the time and try to make the most appropriate decisions in the most cost-effective way.
Yeah, thank you. Another question, just for clarification, staff will be aware that some of us, including myself, are not fully comfortable with some of the changes in regard to the pool entry fees. For the benefit of public who are listening in today, I'm just wondering if staff could please explain the process from here and where there'll be opportunity to consult and further look at whether we've hit the right place with those.
So, as I explained in my email, we've taken a structural approach to our pricing this year. We've got a new point of sale system that gives us really good user data that we've been able to apply across our budget. And obviously, we've based our price structuring on principles of consistency, fairness, and affordability. And so we can't just pull one fee that affects our whole pricing structure across concessions as well. This year, as a result of what we've been able to do, is look at extending concessions. We've looked at demand management and optimisation of our facilities. So we've actually been able to keep our general admission with no increases, noting that we're at the top of our mid to high in our benchmarking of general admission. So we've been able to not reduce those fees for all people, and we've actually been able to provide some reductions at Gallagher. We have had capacity issues, as you'll be aware, at Waterworld this year, and we've got capacity at Gallagher, so we're looking to get more uptake where we do have capacity. We've also been able to provide some really good structuring around our concessions, and we've used our user data to focus on where we can make the biggest gains. So what we'll be able to do from here is have targeted discussions with our user groups to test our assumptions and make sure that our budget is a workable budget going forward, noting that any significant changes would have to be LTP considerations that we need to work within the pricing structure that we have.
Thank you, Helen. Are you able to just confirm just broadly the kinds of groups who will be engaged?
Yeah, absolutely. So some of our concession holders, including our disability groups, also our clubs and our lane users. So our key concession groups, our older age groups as well. So our main users.
And for clarification, we will then have received submissions, is it correct? We'll receive submissions as a council, we'll have the opportunity for people to be heard verbally, and then...
No, so it's not a formal, the pricing changes that we've made are all within our pricing structure, so they don't trigger formal consultation. But we will, these are people that we have day-to-day interactions with, but we will meet with them formally. We will work through the chair of our committee, and we will provide feedback, and we will, make any amendments without, but within our pricing structure. And if there are major significant changes that we'd need to recommend, we'd do that for the LTP.
Thank you. And I was just keen for governance staff to confirm, however, that anyone can technically put in a submission in regard to any of the changes to fees and charges and speak to that, even if they're not highlighted in the consultation document.
The statement of proposal as it is currently written hyper-focuses on select areas. That does not stop anybody putting in what they want, as we have experienced in the past.
Yeah. And to be clear, there will then be the opportunity if elected members, for example, in receiving submissions or feedback from the stakeholders, decide, for example, that they want to reintroduce a concession that has been removed, we would have the ability to do that. Are we constrained, if there's a cost in lost revenue to that, are we constrained in that if we don't make that decision today?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Just for absolute completeness, the one fee and charge that we're proposing to lock down in this in these recommendations is the ones regarding dog control fees, because there's a separate process that they have to go through. So we will be timed out by the end of the annual plan process on those ones. But on everything else, even if we're not formally consulting on them, there is, in exceptional circumstances, there is still a chance to make changes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am mindful of time with the debate to come, and no doubt everybody will be getting hangry, but I think we need to get through the debate on this. But Councillor O'Leary?
Thank you, Mayor Macindoe. Can we just pop, was that the motion or the, was that the amendment or the foreshadowed amendment on the board there, governance?
Foreshadowed.
So that's the foreshadowed. Okay, so just a quick question on that then. So the addition of 200,000 for safety and activation is on top of the 300,000 that's already budgeted for, is that correct? Yes. So it takes it to $500,000. Is that correct?
So are you asking us or the mover?
Well, whoever can answer, if you understand.
But yeah, so there's the existing 150, the 150 we've discussed, and then that money there. I would also just add, we also give $100,000 per year to HCBA via the service level agreement for activation, sort of separate to that. So yes, that 200 is additional to any of those sums. 200
is an addition to the 300 and the 100.
Correct.
4, 5, 6, 600,000.
Yes.
All up.
The 300 for clarification is maintenance, so in things like cleaning, maintenance, renewals of street furniture. Yep. That's been reduced to 250 through a recent motion that went through the subcommittee where 50k of that was transferred to activation. That then brings activation budget to 150 plus there's 40,000 odd that the community group are putting towards activation for the summer series currently.
Can I just, thank you, can I just get staff's clarity on that? Because I understood through the committee that the activation fund, which was originally proposed by me at a prior LTP, had a $90,000 increase in the last Central City Revitalisation Committee, which takes the activation fund up to 190,000. Who's the lead on that?
Charlotte Catmore is, I believe, watching around the corner, and hopefully will magically appear any minute now. Or if not, I'll suggest we get on with the other questions, and she'll be here in a moment.
Yeah. Here she is. We need you, Charlotte. Yeah.
And again. And congratulations, Charlotte, on being confirmed in the role that you now hold.
So Charlotte, I'm looking for absolute clarity. We've got a foreshadowed amendment on the table up there that says the addition in red of 200,000 for safety and activation. So I'm trying to understand, in terms of activation, we originally had 100,000. I thought that in the last subcommittee we added another 90,000, taking activation to 190, and then this would be 200,000, but that says safety and activation. Can you clear up some numbers for us, what it is now and what it would be with?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
So in the normal budget, prior to the last subcommittee, we had 40,000 for the coming year, which would go through the summer series program, which is what they had done this year.
Added to the 100?
Just normal, that's our base budget, was the 40,000.
Okay.
And then at that subcommittee meeting, the decision was made to add 50,000 to that.
Okay.
So that was a 90,000 for council events and activation. We have 100,000 which goes to HCBA under their service level agreement for them to lead some activation as well.
Yep.
So then this additional would be then a 200,000 more for the safety and activation.
So that's 390,000 for activation.
That's correct. And safety,
And some safety, yeah, okay. So, so can we just move to a similar question just for clarity on the amendment? Thank you so much. So is the itemised, possibly a question for the mover or Charlotte, if you've seen this and understand it, is the itemised spending, again, in addition to the 300,000 already budgeted for the CBD improvements, cleaning?
The mover.
Thank you.
So it's that as all of those expenditures are designed to be to use the 335,000 that would be effectively saved from the current draft annual plan if we were to move to 1 hour's free parking rather than 2 hours free parking. Does that answer your question?
Yes, so the 330, so that's a total 335,000, so that would be added onto the current 300,000, so it'd be 635,000 for all of those initiatives in total?
Well, I think the figure, can you just scroll down a bit, please, Amy? The figure that it's added to is the 457,700.
That it's added to?
Yes.
Will that take?
But that's a slightly different issue. That's I think we're talking about two separate things here. So one is of the total revenue we expect for parking.
Yes.
We would expect.
Yeah, I'm not interested in where it's coming from. I'm trying to
Oh,
understand.
okay, sorry,
Yeah,
then I'm confusing you because I'm telling you where it's coming from.
Yeah, no, I want to know how, at the moment, as I understand, under the MES plan, there's $300,000
Yeah.
for CBD.
Yeah, so sorry, I
Activation
can
safety.
answer that.
Yeah,
So,
great.
so in C there, which is the one for the to add to events and activations,
Yeah.
that 50,000 would be added to what Charlotte described before as being the 40,000 plus the 50,000 plus the 100,000, and C would bring another 50,000 into that budget line.
So it'd be 340 all up, yep.
Thank you for doing the maths while I spelled it out.
And the 228 and the other 57
So the
on top of?
The 228 would be added to whatever line in the budget deals with safety initiatives in the central city.
So that's
and also the 57,000 would be added to the previously discussed improvements and maintenance fund.
So to be, Charlotte, are you clear on that? So it's it increases from 300,000, regardless of where it's from 300,000 to 635,000. Is that?
That sounds, yep, it's clear to me. Plus the 100,000
Oh,
HCBA.
Plus the, yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members. We've actually had nearly 30 questions, so we've certainly managed to tease things out pretty considerably. And thank you again to Gary and to James for being here to answer that.
Mayor Tim, could I one other thing very, very quickly? Just on Councillor Jamie's question around the sort of costs and so on of merging the zones. As we've discussed with you previously, there is a sort of small one-off cost of merging the zones just practically in terms of signage and so on. That's precisely why we're thinking of, for example, turning it all into the green zone, because then you only have to change half of the signs, not all of the signs. But we'll work through the details of that in due course.
Yes, I've just seen that Councillor Corrales also has a question. I've done a count. We've had 27 questions, so let's...
Sorry. There's one quick one, and I think it pertains to both the amendment and the foreshadowed amendment, and it's a question in relation to this report from a March Hui with Social Services and the Community Committee. Well, first of all, I wasn't aware of that meeting until very recently. I guess the question is, when can we expect this report if both these amounts to be assigned to safety initiatives are going to be informed by this report? So when will we receive this report?
It is on the agenda for your next community committee meeting.
For the next community committee meeting?
Yes.
Mm. And so then how have these figures been arrived at? Like, was there discussion at these meetings about what things might be needed? Who knows? Does anyone?
Yeah, so as stated, the paper is going up to the next community committee meeting. From what I take from this recommendation is that it will help inform any spending on city safety and community initiatives. The brief of the paper wasn't to recommend specific initiatives, but to report back on the meeting that we had with community organisations and to identify any gaps that we could step into as a result.
So these amounts are potentially arbitrary? Or, yes,
As the mover.
Yeah, thank you.
They are designed to, after discussion with staff working in these spaces, to use the funding that would otherwise be required for 2 hours free parking in a more holistic way for improving revitalisation in the city. And so it is. So, for example, the 57,000 that is up there relates to a specific amount that is that would steam clean a particular part of the CBD, but wanting to leave it quite high level, so that's actually the committees and the subcommittees that actually make those detailed decisions. But it is effectively using that funding in a more holistic way, trying to balance up the needs of cleaning, of improving safety in our central city, and getting some more funding into the activations budget, given that there has been additional funding put in there for the financial year that we are discussing anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In regards to the 200,000 that is in the foreshadowed, and how that figure got arrived at was basically looking at what would make a step change in activations. And I think, to be honest, that the money that's been put into activation is somewhat arbitrary, because 100,000 is given to HCBA. I don't know how that figure is really determined as such, because, I mean, how much does it get you, you know? And I guess that's reducing over time anyway. So, yeah. The evidence base for activation, I think, is still developing. But what we do know is that, Is this debate, sorry? But no, I'm just.
I think you could continue with this in debate. Appreciate the answer you've given, but we are probably moving into debate. And as I said, I am mindful of the fact that it's now after 12:30. Potentially the debate ahead of us will take an hour. We need to be fair not only to ourselves, but also to staff and to the reporter who's in the room. So I think we've had a very good go at all the questions. Thank you for teasing those out. If we're ready, I think we'll commence going into debate. Just pointing out that, as has already been indicated, we are allowing 3 minutes per speaker, given the significance of this discussion. So let's... Right, if you'd like to do that.
So just for complete clarity for everybody in the room, so we have a motion that is on the table which has been moved by Mayor Tim and seconded by Deputy Mayor Jeff, and then we have an amendment. Now that amendment is from
Councillor Moroney.
Councillor Moroney and Councillor Neha, and then we have foreshadowed. For you new members, that means we'll vote on it after. That one has come through from Councillor Anna Case-Cox and Councillor Maria Huata. So you've got 3 items that are going to be debated within this one section.
Right. Yes. So we are speaking to all of them, but we would be voting firstly on the amendment, then, depending on the outcome of that vote, on the substantive motion. If the amendment is carried, that becomes a substantive motion, and then we would move into voting on the foreshadowed amendment. Right. Councillors, off we go. Colleagues, my substantive motion advances 2 key goals of the Mayor's plan that this Council unanimously endorsed early in our new term: providing immediate relief to Hamiltonians through a lower rates increase and simplified CBD parking without compromising the services, infrastructure and attractions that our growing city needs and values. These were a decisive factor in last year's local body election. Our community was clear in the way they voted, and we committed to listening to them and acting on their concerns. The issues that came up most of all were high rates, CBD parking, and of course speed bumps. We're not dealing with the latter today, but we are certainly dealing with the other 2. We have already agreed as a council that major changes will be addressed through the long-term plan. So this motion is a practical, simple step to show that we have listened. We want to ease pressure on households in our city and bring people back into our city centre. I'm confident that the work Councillor Moroney's amendment proposes is already budgeted and underway through the CBD Revitalisation Subcommittee. Noting, and we've obviously had quite a discussion on figures, but the $300,000 in year 3, funded from OPEX for streetscape upgrades, renewals and maintenance. This includes the $150,000 that was in a motion from Councillors O'Leary and Thompson in April of last year. So I am concerned by the additional unbudgeted expenditure on top of this figure that is proposed in the amendment, and I think that the chair of our CBD Revitalisation Subcommittee will respond to that in more detail. Let's deliver what we have been discussing for some weeks now so that we can get on with the important work in the long-term plan. That will give us the opportunity to step back and take a broader, more disciplined view of our finances, to position Hamilton well for the future and respond to what lies ahead in a sustainable and responsible way. We have to understand fully the environment we're operating in, the drivers, the context, the levers available to us, and both the intended and unintended consequences of any decisions we make. This includes, of course, central government reforms such as rates capping. And again, I acknowledge the work of our CFO, CEO, other staff and elected members in achieving the significant reduction in the rates increase that we are considering today. I'm proud of the way that we've worked together to this point. I also acknowledge EOI for delivering similar restraint in their proposed charges, which will still appear on ratepayers' invoices from 1 July. Although still high, as has been noted, the combined figure is a single-digit one, much lower than the 14.6% currently proposed for the year ahead in our existing LTP. Our component of that, a 6.9% increase, is still significant, particularly with cost of living pressures and the rising fuel prices linked to the Middle East crisis. I will attempt to come back to some other points later on, but I better be disciplined myself. Time goes quickly. Councillor Moroney, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. As the mover of the amendment, I want to speak specifically to that amendment. I started with this issue by looking at the Mayor's plan, where it talks about that we will reconsider how we manage parking, and we will do that within a few months, a little bit later this year. It also talks about that we will scrutinise projects to make sure they are necessary and fit for purpose. And so from my perspective, when I think about what I heard on the election campaign trail, I heard from people who were saying that they wanted to make sure that around this council table that we took account of data and evidence when we made decisions. And I certainly gave that commitment to constituents when I was campaigning, and I heard a number of other people giving that commitment as well. When we consider the data and information that was gathered through the 2-year trial of both 2-hour and 1-hour parking, it does not show that, as one of the submitters clearly said this morning, does not show that it delivered what people hoped that it would. It didn't bring about any noticeable difference in spending in the CBD or any difference in the number of transactions. Further, the 2-hour parking demonstrably showed what common sense tells us anyway. The data backed up that actually when you incentivise and encourage people to stay for longer in the limited number of parks we have in the CBD, that reduces the availability of parking for the public. So some of those were not a surprise. Many of the people who came before us in the public forum today said that the parking issue is not a silver bullet for the issues that are pervasive in our CBD. That is why I have taken not an unbudgeted amount, but the amount that would be saved by continuing with 1 hour's free and not having the additional cost of 2 hours free that would put into our budget, our annual plan budget, and taking that saving and using it instead to fund additional cleaning for our city, a spring clean, if you will, to put more money into improving safety in our CBD and to allow more free activities, because we know that these are the factors that will make a difference to the revitalisation of our CBD. I think this takes a more holistic approach to the issues that are there. I know that the outcome of the trial does not support changing to 2 hours. We heard this morning that people don't want further change. We currently have 1 hour in place. The annual plan as it sits at the moment says that we would have no free parking in the CBD. I am proposing, because of recognition of the current economic environment, that we instead keep the 1 hour's free and that we don't have further change ahead of the full review that we will be having in just a few months' time.
Thank you, Councillor Moroney. Councillor Thompson.
Mayor. Firstly, I acknowledge the work that you've put into the plan, Mayor Tim. I want to thank Gary and his team. Reducing consultants' costs, changing how we borrow to reduce the overall amount we pay in interest are really good changes. I'm really pleased to see them. Being able to reduce the rates is welcome for many residents, and we all want rates to be affordable. However, as we work towards the long-term plan, I also urge elected members to consider the significant weight of the decisions ahead of us regarding rates, and to caution elected members against making premature promises. If rates capping does proceed and we make the wrong decisions over the next 2 to 3 years, we risk putting the city on a one-way track with no choice but to progressively degrade the services that our community values. In regard to the Central City, I believe strongly that we need to do better at investing into the Central City with operational funding, and I've supported that over the last 2 years, including ensuring that we actually have any cleaning and maintenance budgets there at all. We know cleaning and maintenance is an issue, and I'm glad to see that 150k didn't disappear mysteriously from the budget, as it almost did. Safety is frequently cited as an issue, and we know that activation makes a real difference. We recently actually heard from a report from HCBA that the spending in this Central City went up compared to other areas of the city, and events may have been part of that. If we don't include the additional funding now for relevant committees to then prioritise for safety and activation, we will wait for the long-term plan to do that. That's another year away. In the meantime, we've heard loud and clear that actually we need to be more bold within the central city and the way that we invest. So we've got a choice ahead of us. Do we want to have a step change in terms of safety and activation, or do we want to continue largely with the status quo in regard to those? While there aren't clear plans, and I acknowledge that, for how this funding would be used, actually, first we have that funding available, and then the committees are already working on work plans around activation. We already have information coming to the community committee on safety. That can be worked through. If we don't have those budgets, nothing happens in the meantime. I do want to comment on the pool fees and charges lastly, and be clear I'm not comfortable currently, but I welcome the consultation that's going to happen, and I look forward to seeing what feedback we receive, and based on that I may be putting forward a proposal once we come back again to make our final decisions around fees and charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I totally support the Mayor's plan today. 6.9% rate rise is about making life easier for Hamiltonians in a very tough economic time and after a series of huge rate rises. The return to 2 hours free is part of the Mayor's plan to revitalise the central city, and man, it needs it because it is hurting. We badly need to change perceptions. We heard that from submitters this morning. Both initiatives have strong support from our community. And I'm somewhat surprised that for a council that has, to this point, unanimously supported the Mayor's plan, where 2 hours free was explicitly discussed, we are now at the 11th hour having an argument about it, essentially over what to do with a few $100,000 in a $500 million organisation. It puzzles me, and I'm disappointed that as CBD Revitalisation Subcommittee Chair, none of this amendment was discussed with me before it was formulated. It's pretty telling to me. I would have thought if the best interests of the CBD were at heart, this amendment would have involved the subcommittee to test it out. I mean, that's the subcommittee's job. And if we'd had that conversation, I would have said we have sufficient OPEX available in the 26-27 year for the CBD, even without the extra 150k from the old motion we now have. More than enough for maintenance, cleaning requirements, and in fact, before that extra sum of money turned up, we were already planning to use existing budgets to lift the activation budget up to $190,000 a year, more than it's ever been before. Now that we have an extra 150k, it makes no sense whatsoever to hastily throw more money at the CBD. So on the same basis, I oppose the foreshadowed amendment. For a council focusing on fiscal responsibility and finding efficiencies, what a terrible way to operate. Creating a pot of money by sacrificing 2 hours free parking and then looking for causes to throw the money at. That's not sensible governance. I'm not going to get into the whole argument of what works with parking and what doesn't. Reliable data doesn't exist at this stage because it's all apples versus pears. We've all seen the same snapshots of information. What we do know is the public has appreciated and understood 2 hours free parking in the past, and they want to see it reintroduced. This time, there will be better technology to enforce it. And sadly, since 1 hour's free was introduced, we have lost 44 CBD businesses for good. The status quo proposed in the amendments is not working. We are not helping our inner city businesses with an uneven playing field, and we are not doing anything for the heart of the city and economic development. We've got to change perceptions of the CBD. Please support the Mayor's plan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Pike, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. I want to speak today on the annual plan, and I thank you for your leadership around it. There's a very clear direction, and thank you for the transparency and the inclusive approach you've taken. I also thank Senior Councillor O'Leary through her extensive support work supporting elected members to have discussions and workshops over the past few months, and for your work in the council and the community bringing this to the public. Finally, I thank staff who have worked very hard, including James and Gary and the whole team who have produced this plan and worked with members on our many questions and concerns, so thank you all. Across our city, households are struggling with the basics: food, power, rent, fuel, and I hear this most clearly from our elderly residents on fixed incomes, students juggling rent and part-time work, from families who are trying to make ends meet, and they're all actively cutting costs at home, and council must be prepared to do the same. Rates are not a cost people can avoid or shop around for. Reducing pressure on rates is not necessarily about doing less for our city, it's about doing things differently, more efficiently and responsibly. Through smarter procurement partnerships and use of technology, we must reduce costs. I'll also want to speak in support of reintroducing this 2 hours free parking in our central city. We have all talked about wanting a successful city centre, which involves infrastructure, safety and maintenance, and those matter. But at its core, a successful city depends on people being there. What I have heard repeatedly from a wide range of residents and businesses is that parking is a very real barrier to them coming in. We heard clearly in public forum that certainty and simplicity also matter. 2 hours free is not the silver bullet, and I strongly agree that safety, events and broader maintenance are also critical, and that's why the Mayor created a City Revitalisation Committee who have been tasked with looking at the full picture and can inform the LTP properly. Finally, I want to briefly acknowledge the fees and charges. Pools are always of interest to our public, and I'm encouraged to see the entry fee to Gallagher's proposed to drop by 70 cents. I also welcome the introduction of student discounts and the cardholders group. For our families in rangatahi who rely on council facilities as their only affordable recreation option, that matters. Pools are essential community spaces that support wellbeing and inclusion, and I'm looking forward to feedback from our user groups to ensure we have the balance right. Overall, I look forward to continuing to test these ideas in our menu council and the community events in the coming months, and I strongly encourage public to engage with us there and inform any changes that we may not have right. But based on what I've heard to date, consistently I'll be supporting Mayor Tim's motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Pike. Councillor Bidder, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim, on your leadership of the annual plan. Parking is the key difference between the motion and the amendment. I will start with the rates differential. Commercial rates are 3 times residential rates, and they get fewer services for that, such as no rubbish collection. The retailers have already paid for the parking, the roads and the land under them many times over for their customers to use. Taking more money off customers is taking more money off retailers. The purpose of this decision should not be about how to squeeze more money out of struggling businesses. It should be about keeping the CBD alive. Over 40 empty shops shows the problem. The purpose of the introduction of 1 hour free was to gain benefits through greater turnover of parks. I'm going to consider the data. The staff report notes a 24% increase in turnover. That sounds good. However, the most important metric in retail real estate is foot traffic past the shop front. Figure 1 in the staff report shows a steep decline in pedestrian count from the introduction of 1 hour free. Year on year, there is an average 25% drop through 2025. That sounds bad. Figure 2 shows the most important metric for existing businesses, turnover year on year. The difference from 2 hours to 1 hour free was simply the inflation rate. This is reinforced by figure 3, the metric of transactions. The numerical value year on year is 1%, slightly less than the population growth. In summary, we have seen a behavioural change. People made more trips to buy the same stuff because 1 hour meant they couldn't stay long enough. If you're worried about emissions, fewer trips with longer stays is better. Given this, I am concerned about the commitments to spend additional parking revenue, because 2 1-hour free stays or 1 2-hour free is still zero revenue. So the data makes my decision clear. I put it to councillors that we actually want our citizens to hang around, to enjoy the shopping experience, not to feel under pressure to leave in order to avoid getting whacked with a parking ticket. It is about the satisfaction of living in Hamilton. 2 hours free is better.
Thank you, Councillor Bitter. Councillor O'Leary, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Just putting aside the other parts of the amendment, there actually is already a live motion where I moved to put the funds aside for social initiatives for the CBD safety, because we didn't have a clear list of actionable outcomes for that budget. So we're still waiting for that work to happen, and without a list of tangible actions, I won't be considering funding on that point. I want to thank all the elected members for their participation in the annual plan workshops. There has been 8 of them, and it's actually been many, many years since we have had such high engagement and discussions with elected members on workshops, on any workshops actually, particularly with an annual plan with a project like that. So it gives me hope that as we face the next journey, which is our LTP, which will force us to make significant trade-offs, that it will be robust and that engagement will continue to be high. Thank you, of course, to the staff. This annual plan has been fast-paced, but as usual, they remain diligent and incredibly hard-working. The reason for me is very clear why I support the Mayor's plan, because it needs to be done and dusted so we can get on with the long-term plan. That is where the real work sits. That is where our energy must be focused. The governance structure that Mayor McIndoe set up directs the work that the amendment is looking for around CBD with the Deputy Mayor's CBD Revitalisation Committee with appropriate funding. That is enough for me right now. Yes, they are valid conversations, but the question isn't whether they're valid, it's where they belong. And they don't belong here, they belong with the CBD Revitalisation Committee, and they belong long-term in the LTP. The Mayor's proposal is simple, it's easy to understand. It now includes a third option on parking, but it is primarily about reducing the rates burden for our ratepayers. And we know that they are ticking up to, in the last few years, 40% increase. To me, that is the focus of this plan, and that is a priority for me, easing that burden, because we will have to face a very difficult LTP, particularly if we end up with rates capping. So I support the Mayor's plan as we agreed to do. I leave the rest to the public because, quite frankly, I'm not that interested in parking, whether it's free or paid right now, but we have 3 options. The public will decide through consultation. And I just want to end this with saying, from my experience, having a mayor who steps up to lead a budget and a plan is something of great value, and it doesn't always happen. This is my 5th mayor, and I'm telling you, it doesn't always happen. So the long-term plan is where we'll do our deeper work. We will approach all things Central City more broadly, but laser focus right now, I think we should be accepting and adopting the Mayor's plan, so that is why I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mead, please.
Thank you, Tim. Yesterday I spent time in Centre Place and surrounding shops speaking directly with businesses, and members of the public joined those conversations. What I heard was consistent, practical and worth listening to. Over 100 people of public and businesses from no losses from the change of parking to losses of 20 to 50% from their business. One issue came up again and again, parking. Not just the cost of it, but the experience of it. People talked about a rush to secure a parking space, stress of short time limits and the lack of parking meters that are easy to understand and use. Customers felt pressured the moment they enter the city, and that pressure affects how long they stay, how much they spend and whether they even come back at all. I also heard concerns about the widening of Victoria Street near Ward Street. The feedback was clear. It hasn't helped the street. Instead of improving activity or vibrancy, it has made the area less welcoming without delivering the benefits people expected, and in a loss of car parks. Ward Street, we've leased 3 car parks opposite the Pullman Hotel, and other cars have parking permits. We've lost 3 to 5 car parks down there for our budgeted and our town shops. That said, the feedback wasn't all negative. There was genuine support for the appointment of a person dedicated to look after the streets. The role was welcomed and seen as a really positive step. People also recognise that the long-term plan for the central city must address more than just parking. They're right. A thriving centre city is all about people, place, cleanliness, safety, accessibility and confidence. But here's the key point. Long-term vision doesn't remove the need for short-term action. Right now, the business districts need something tangible, something that signals we are listening and that we understand the pressure they're under. Parking is part of that conversation, whether we like it or not, but it's not the only part. I also heard concerns that the streets are no longer being cleaned to the standard people expect. That matters. Clean streets communicate care, pride and safety. When cleaning slips, confidence slips with it, both for business and the public. So yes, we need to keep working towards a better long-term outcome for the central city, but we also need to act now to support some businesses, to restore a little bit of confidence and to ensure the city as a whole feels looked after. This doesn't require abandoning the future, it requires balancing it with the present. And with that, I support the original Mayor's motion only. One other point to add on the annual plan and the future. Of the rates we need to assess our procurement and process to align with the KPMG report and the outcomes changed. Our true cost saving will be in this area, and the need to question costs is large in this area because we are paying way too much for procured services, and this is going to be reviewed.
Thank you, Councillor Mead. Councillor Casey Cox, please.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge the staff in the first instance, the work you've done to get the proposed rates increase down to 6.9%. We must be clear that the overall rates increase with waters is more like 10%, so that's still a significant increase. And we are playing catch up still from years of underinvestment and underrating. Sorry if that's ringing funny. I do have concerns about the cumulative impact of the rates increase reduction. This isn't about just this year. Lower increases now mean less operating capacity year on year. And on the parking, overall, I don't support spending $800,000 on parking. It's a lot of money, and from my perspective, it's the wrong direction for a fiscally responsible, climate-savvy council. It also has limited basis in evidence, and that's not good governance. A climate-savvy council invests in multimodal transport, not free parking. However, I do support safety and activation. If the amendment does not succeed, we have foreshadowed an alternative that accepts spending $800,000 on parking and proposes $200,000 towards increased spending towards CBD safety and activation. The reason for this is that we have a number of serious issues staring us down, and they don't just sit in one committee, they do sit in community. Rising fuel prices mean people will stay closer to home. At the same time, increased use, the potential move-on orders mean some in our community have fewer places to go. The pressure on our city socially and economically is building, and it will be felt the most in our CBD. If that's the future we're heading into, then we need to respond with intention. And I think we need a step change, one that ensures our CBD is not just open, but thriving, welcoming and safe for everyone. And I think our artists are central to that. They are the ones who bring life, energy and connection into our city, yet we haven't meaningfully increased support for our arts community in a really long time. The proposed funding of $200,000 begins to change that. It builds on the small reallocations towards activation that we've already made and allows us to properly invest in activation. But activation alone is not enough. We must also invest in safety. Right now we have limited options. We have a small hub at Te Wharekotowai, but we need more. Other cities have recognised this. In Auckland, the City Council works alongside the Auckland City Mission to provide multiple pathways of support. Wellington does the same. We are a growing city with growing complexity, and we need to start acting like it. This funding, $200,000 extra, gives us the opportunity to do things differently, to invest in initiatives that engage people meaningfully, and especially our street community. In Auckland, they have an awesome initiative, part-funded from Auckland Council, that engages street community in clean-ups, restoration and community gardening, and can provide purpose, connection and pathways into employment. The proposed amount enables these options. The proposed increase is about innovation, it's about opportunity, and it's about safety. Because sometimes councils need to lead, sometimes we have to be the instigators of change, not just the responders to it. If we're prepared to spend $800,000 on free parking, then we should also be prepared to invest in people who create the safety, vibrancy and connection that our CBD and make our CBD worth coming to. Kia ora.
Thank you. I think we're all auditioning to become racing commentators today. but I appreciate the fact that you're all doing your best to stick to time. Councillor MacDonald, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. I appreciate the diversity of thinking offered by the alternative motions. It shows an appetite for examining different ways of making things better, having conversations that test what's being put forward, how to fund what the city needs while being conscious of the impact of rates. The proposed budget shows a clear shift. There are a lot of moving parts in a budget of this size, and moving from 10.4 to 6.9 reflects a clear effort to show more discipline. The action of taking on no new debt to fund operational activity, yes. Reprioritising and making changes as performance and conditions evolve, yes. Deferring spend where there is no significant risk of doing so, yes, that's what financial responsibility looks like. As noted by today's submitters, 2 hours parking is not a silver bullet to fix the CBD, but in my view, it is a move towards reducing the barriers of coming into town. I'm starting to see amongst the financials tighter cost control, more scrutiny of spending and a willingness to defer or rethink things of the parts of the program. It is the right direction. There has been a lot of detail offered in relation to the proposed adjustments, the proposed amendments, but I would suggest that we get into that detail of shifting money across various projects for the LTP conversations, and those conversations will happen shortly. In terms of the proposed budget, a number of the improvements are driven by timing, deferrals or external factors. The real test is whether this intention is converted into structural change through the long-term plan by being more deliberate about what we choose to fund, what we defer and what we stop. That's where affordability is actually determined. So I support the motion put forward by the Mayor as a step in the right direction. Yes to 2 hours parking and yes to 6.9%, but I also see it as only the starting point for more substantive conversations ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales, please.
Oh, thank you. As has been acknowledged by several councillors this morning, rates were the defining issue in the election. Economic pressure hasn't eased. We have rising fuel costs, the ongoing cost of living pressures hitting households, businesses and the for-purpose sector alike. A 6.9% increase, a reduction from 10.4% matters. It does signal clearly that we have listened and we are responding, but I also acknowledge that for many, that reduction is not low enough. Amendments have been raised this morning and it has stimulated important discussion, but in my view, those discussions are not for today. Our priority must be forward-looking. The next long-term plan will involve more complex, high-stake decisions in a changing legislative environment, and that is where our time and focus are best spent. Targeted consultation is happening where it should. There is a further opportunity to gather evidence of community support or not around 2 hours or 1 hour or paid parking. And also garden fees and other charges. These things are being consulted on as is appropriate. Following the submissions this morning, it's clear we need to actively support the CBD. We heard from a number of businesses that this morning, all but one of them speaking positively about 2 hours free parking, and additional messages that, of course, it's not the only answer, but also that simplicity is important. And some of these things are actually for the broader parking review or the long-term plan discussions. I think with further disruption likely happening in the CBD via ongoing development, that it is important for practical measures like more flexible, simple parking, will help not just businesses, but I want to make the point about the for-purpose sector, our visitors and clients of government agencies and others who all rely on a functional, accessible city centre. So on that note, I want to finish at the beginning, which was Gillian and Martine from Barnardo's, who told us that whānau have struggled. They've struggled to access their services because of the current parking settings. And I personally heard her plea that we support 2 hours parking, free parking. And their voices are representative of a largely unseen and unquantified benefit to the community, our for-purpose sector. These organisations deliver vital services that operate in the CBD. They are voices that we can't ignore or overlook. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Strange, please.
Thank you, Mayor Tim. Also, I'd like to acknowledge your leadership through this process, so thank you. In terms of the gardens, increasing the fees to $27.50, I agree with that. I believe, for non-residents, I should say. We do have a world-class offering here, and I'm comforted by the work that the staff have done in terms of particularly our international visitors, and expecting that our international visitors will continue to frequent these gardens. In terms of the CBD is struggling. It's been acknowledged both around this table and by submitters, and I've also had a chat with a number of CBD, particularly business owners, and they are struggling. Over the long term, we need more people living in the CBD. We need the population to rise. People who live in the CBD will ordinarily then shop in the CBD and work in the CBD, which also helps around aspects like the environment and climate change, people living close to where they work. We don't currently have that situation, but I look forward to us having that in the future, and I acknowledge the work that's been done, particularly in terms of water, to enable that, and I hope that development comes. In terms of the parking, I've had a chat with a number of business owners in the CBD. Generally speaking, they have told me that increasing back to the 2 hours would be very helpful for them. I think it's been a really good debate that we've had, and I acknowledge Councillor Moroney for bringing this forward. It's important that we do debate these issues, and I want to acknowledge you. There's certainly strong arguments on both sides. I've heard the environmental arguments, the aspect around being careful that we don't incentivise only car use over public transport, and then on the other side of it, we've heard the other arguments, particularly in terms of business, in terms of people coming into the CBD. One of the business owners I spoke with was a hairdresser in Casabella Lane, and she said that her clients find it very difficult with the 1 hour. They're very stressed. Because they're sort of getting their haircut done, and they have to rush out to organise their parking. So I am personally supporting the 2 hours, the move to the 2 hours. In terms of the public transport, though, I would like to see the Waikato Regional Council and potentially the government make some investment in our public transport in terms of offering subsidies for buses. We've seen, particularly with the oil crisis at the moment, we've seen other countries around the world pay for public transport, effectively making it free, and I would encourage both those two organisations to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Niha, please.
Kia ora, Mayor Tim. I largely support your report. Thank you. I would like to thank Councillor Moroney for formulating this motion on our behalf. Mihi atu nei ki a koe te tuahine. We've heard a number of submissions recently, internally and externally, and it's been great to be exposed to a diverse number of opinions. And of course, we may never agree on all matters, and debate is a good thing, and so are alternatives. I've seconded this motion for a number of reasons. As noted in this report, a petition failed last year. As mentioned by Councillor Moroney, an original review was submitted to our councillors by our staff in December that determined that there's no difference between 1 hour and 2 hours free parking. Mayor Tim and Deputy Chair Taylor will be very aware that I've always had reservations about 2 hour parking, particularly from a lost revenue perspective. In fact, an appeasement policy, 7 days parking, was touted to me as a compromise, but was eventually retracted. I've always stated that I would be willing to discuss this matter collectively as EMs. This has never happened formally, and that includes the City Revitalisation Committee. It has been outlined in the 2-hour parking amendment that the potential lost revenue from 2-hour free parking could be targeted from other inner city initiatives. I've certainly noted that 2-hour free parking is not the be-all to end-all in solving our city problems, particularly in the CBD. But the funding that could come from this amendment is targeted, and will return to the relevant committees for their decisions, whether they require the capital investment or not. Further, I am intrigued that we are making this decision before a review, which should ultimately drive our decision. To me, a change is not welcome before a planned review. Are we to change things back if the review indicates differently? It has been very obvious from today's submissions that there have been too many changes regarding this matter in the past. This is not a silly amendment, it is a fiscal suggestion, and a sensible one in regards to ensuring that we maintain our HCC income where we can, in order to facilitate further cities' initiatives, as Councillor Casey Cox has eloquently submitted. There are certainly more important issues in this annual plan that I support, and I'm buoyed by my colleagues' perspectives today. 2-hour free parking I do not support today. Either way, ka whiti mai te rā popo. Yes, Mayor Tim, the sun will rise tomorrow.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Huata, please.
If we truly want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the great cities of Aotearoa, New Zealand and the world, then we must start thinking and behaving like one. Hamilton is the fastest growing city in New Zealand. We are the city of the future, and our decisions must reflect that ambition, not retreat from it. Reverting to 2 hours of free parking is not the cure-all that will bring people back into our CBD. Parking alone has never created vibrancy. People come into our cities for experiences, for connection, culture, safety and opportunity. We must prioritise public transport, walkability and fewer cars on our roads, especially at a time when our communities are feeling the pressure of rising fuel prices and a pending oil crisis. We also need to be honest about the cost of this decision. We are talking about a loss of $790,000 in potential revenue alongside the loss of a $150,000 city centre targeted rate at a time when we are already facing a significant reduction in revenue, approximately $9 million through current proposed rate changes, and the very real prospect of rates capping, which will not reduce debt and will force severe cuts to essential services and only delay harm. From our community houses, public spaces to our pools, which must remain fit for purpose, accessible and fairly priced for families and the less fortunate, navigating rising costs and lower incomes, not simply adjusted to inflation. Let's also not forget our responsibility to manage stormwater effectively and responsibly. As a councillor, I have been lobbying strongly from both sides of this debate, but my responsibility is not to one group or another. It is to our entire community, our city and our environment. And to the many in our community who are not thinking about parking, but about putting food on the table and finding a home to live in. That reality is inextricably linked to our economic prosperity. So what does revitalisation and economic prosperity actually look like? It looks like a CBD that is alive day and night, a place where people choose to be, not just pass through. It means seriously investing in upkeep, safety, lighting, activation and supporting events, arts, culture and hospitality, so the city becomes a destination. It means backing our local businesses through long-term planning that builds foot traffic and confidence. More people living in the CBD, more mixed-use development, more reasons to stay, spend and return. No more compromising on safety, on taking proper care of our city and expecting our community, artists, musicians to do things for free and for peanuts. Current or proposed funding allocations will simply not cut it. The reality is a $3 hour parking fee, the cost of half a coffee, is not what's keeping people away. What keeps people away is a lack of vibrancy, safety and things to do, and the availability of car parking. A large majority also shop online. I've got not much time left, so I'm going to go to my last line. Kirikiriroa Hamilton has everything it needs to succeed, but only if we are brave enough to think radically. Radical thinking changes the world and can indeed change our city for the better.
Thank you all. My right of reply is the only thing between us and lunch, so I might have to continue. Thank you all for your respectful contributions. They've been clear and strong. My commitment to restoring 2 hours free parking has been consistent, and I know it enjoys widespread community support. It reflects a clear objective to make life easier for Hamiltonians and bring people, vibrancy and customers back into our CBD so that it remains an appealing place to live, work and visit. No one is arguing that restoring 2 hours free parking is a panacea to fix all our CBD challenges, but it is a significant first step, and I have no doubt that it's overwhelmingly supported. The message we've heard clearly during the election and repeatedly through community engagement and social media is that the current parking system is not working. The work we're doing now is not new. I've been clear from the outset that it forms an important part of the platform that I was elected to deliver. I see this as a responsible investment in our city and in our people. Reducing the rates increase and restoring 2 hours free parking both reflect the clear mandate we received from Hamiltonians to ease the burden on households. We are also strengthening procurement efficiency and have already begun work towards a debt management policy to ensure we can sustainably deliver the services and outcomes Hamiltonians expect and value. These steps sit within a clear, disciplined financial framework and support our long-term commitment to responsible, sustainable city growth. The proposed amendment that we're being asked to consider first would effectively lock in the problems that my substantive motion is designed to overcome, namely an arbitrary approach to spending in an ad hoc way rather than doing an informed, in-depth review of what work is required through the long-term plan. Colleagues, my motion reflects what our community has consistently asked for and the outcomes that we collectively endorsed through the Mayor's plan. Please just reflect on that for a moment. I remain committed to honouring the mandate the public has given me and us. That is what this simple motion, these simple measures reflect. Together, let's focus on what we can do right now to support Hamiltonians before we turn our attention to the important work ahead of us in the LTP. That will be very demanding. That's where everything is up for consideration. That's where some very tough decisions will need to be made. Today, we can say to the electorate, we heard you, we know what you voted for, and we have responded appropriately. Would you like just to clarify exactly what we're voting on initially so people are very clear? We will need to vote on the board.
So I'll just talk you through each one. So we're first going to vote on the amendment. That is Councillor Moroney's amendment with the 1 hour free parking and the additional revenue generated going towards the central city. The amendment is lost. 5-4, 9 against. We now will move to the foreshadowed amendment. So that was the 2 hours free with the additional OPEX budget for the central city.
Oh.
Did you vote correct on that?
Sorry, am I misunderstanding?
We're voting on the foreshadowed amendment.
I apologise.
I'm
sorry.
I can just feel
I obviously misheard you. I thought having
we'll
voted on.
reset.
I am sorry about that. But
For complete clarity, again, the foreshadowed amendment.
Yeah, I do apologise, but I thought we were voting.
We've got this. You can.
I thought we'd heard earlier that we had dealt with the foreshadowed amendment at the end, so I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. It's a complicated one if you haven't been through it. Okay. So the foreshadowed amendment is lost. 6-4, 8 against. So we will now move back to the original motion.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
The motion is carried, 13-4, 1 against.
Colleagues, thank you very, very much. It's been a long and demanding morning and early afternoon. I'm aware of the fact it's well past the standard lunchtime. We will now take an adjournment for lunch and aim to be back in the chamber to resume at 2:05. We normally would allow 3/4 of an hour. 2:05, we still have some items on the, one major item on the open agenda, and then we will have some public excluded business. But thank you. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here at 2:05. Councillors, visitors, it's just after 2:05, so we will resume. We jump forward to page 117 in Diligent, and we are now moving on to item number 8 on our agendas, which is the submission to EOI's draft water services strategy. Welcome, James, back to the chair. You're having a busy day. Thank you. And invite you, please, to talk us through the strategy.
Thank you, Mayor Tim, and I hope you've all been keeping well since my last appearance. This is to discuss the draft submission that Council can send to EOI in respect of its draft water services strategy. The first thing I'll say is, as a shareholder, we have multiple ways of influencing EOI. So as well as responding to the consultation like anyone else can, we also, for example, we have a statement of expectations that we set for EOI. The Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Chief Executive sit on the EOI forum, and you've seen as well that there have been multiple sessions where Peter Winder and co have presented to you as a group. So we have those various touch points, but equally we thought it was a good opportunity to formally respond to the consultation as well. And I note and thank EOI for the fact that they've given us a bit extra time at the end of the formal consultation period for us to respond and to take account of feedback received by others. Talking of which, I believe you all received this morning an email that Peter sent to the Mayor overnight with the sort of key submission themes that have come out of the consultation so far. I realise you probably won't have all have read and analysed that in detail. Our take is that there's nothing that's come up in that process that would cause us to want to change our submission at this stage. Having said that, we still suggest that what we do today is approve the submission sort of conditionally, and we allow the group of 5 people, the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Chair of Finance, Chief Executive, and Councillor Angela to approve a final submission right at the end of the process, just in case there is anything that gives us pause for thought with our submission. Similarly, I know that various issues were raised in public forum. I think from a staff perspective, we don't believe there's anything that requires us to change course for our submission, which is sort of set at a strategic level. However, clearly that's a matter that you may wish to discuss amongst, as part of the debate. I probably won't say much more than that. The submission is as it is before you. I guess just in terms of how we arrived at that particular draft submission, I guess what we were trying to balance is the fact that I think we felt that broadly the strategy does what we had encouraged EOI to do and supported them to do, and in particular through the reduced increase to the charges, just like in our own annual plan. And then just balance that off against the fact that there were a couple of elected members who I know raised some issues that they wanted to see addressed. But then also recognising that even when there are those issues, this is the first water services strategy that EOI are developing, and they'll be developing, I think, a much more detailed one over the next year alongside our long-term plan, which will give them an opportunity to address those points and others. So that's the balance that we tried to strike in the submission, but very grateful for any questions, or happy to leave you to debate.
Thank you, James. So I will open it up now for questions, and the first is from Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, James. I have 4 questions. The first one is, do you know if the submissions that me, Councillor Casey Cox, and I think there was someone else who put submissions in advance as they were requested by EOI, do you know if those are counted in the 25?
I'm afraid I don't know that.
How can we make sure that those submissions aren't lost? Because I don't want us to be asked for submissions. We produce submissions and then they didn't seem to include them and then went out for consultation. I just want to make sure that they're captured somewhere.
Do you mean the emails that you sent? Like, I think even before the consultation had formally. Right. Okay. I mean, I know for a fact that they have got them and they're thinking about how to respond to them. I can't tell you for a fact that they're part of the 25, but we can absolutely speak to them and get back to you and confirm that.
Yeah, thank you. The other questions I have are in relation specifically to the submission. So the submission reinforces expectations around affordability, efficiency and service. Is it the view of this council that the submission goes far enough in specifying how those things will be measured and reported back so performance can be measured over time?
So are you asking me whether it's the view
Yes.
of council?
Well, not the you. Well, you are here as the person who's responding to the submission. So I guess I'm saying, are we sure that we've gone far enough in that submission? Because the issues around affordability, efficiency and service are pretty big.
I think my answer to that would be that because this is the first of the water services strategies and they're going to be doing a lot of work on exactly those issues over the next year, my thought is yes, but I'm happy to take any other thoughts from anyone else around the room.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think we have enough avenues to influence that even further over time.
Being the statement of intent, the shareholder forum and the EOI guys coming to council.
Yeah, and just looking at the track record of Kevin and the board, and also obviously Peter Wynn now is the CE and they're announcing their exec team today. The regularity of communication is, in my view, been very good, and I think that allows all of us to be able to, all of us, including Waikato District Council, also Waikato Tainui, to actually have that input and have dialogue. And I know that Kevin has put in a lot of time personally to make sure that that dialogue is happening on a continuous basis.
Thank you. We've emphasised affordability as a key outcome in the submission. I guess I'm again questioning whether, as a council, we have weighed up if we have been explicit enough about that. What does affordability mean in practice? Because this is, yes, they have never produced one before, but it's pretty important that they get it right. So I guess my question is around, have we been clear enough around our expectations around that? We've mentioned it. Could we be stronger about it?
Good question. I think my answer would be the same because it's the first and that we know they're now going to be working in more detail. Our view is it's sufficient, but if you wish to strengthen it, we're more than happy with that as well.
I would like to strengthen it.
Councillor Mead.
James, a couple of things that came up from questions where Mesh and a few of us met with different times with the OI. They talked about moving away from the City Council's procurement process and running their own. Will we be able to have oversight of that because they said we want to do our own thing? Has that sort of been flagged, or has that got some control from you guys as council, probably you and Lance is probably anything? Have you got some input control, Lance?
Well, we won't control it, but just through that regular communication that I talked about, then we will have knowledge of what they're doing, and they're looking at quite a strong partnering type contractual arrangements, which sort of like our preferred supplier panels, but probably at a higher level. The thing with the EOI though, it's a lot more specific. Our procurement, like Igor's team, deal with all sorts of procurement. Now theirs is obviously a lot more defined around, you know, water meters and building wastewater treatment plants and all that sort of stuff. So I think they'll be able to refine that with the industry that's there. But will we control it? If I'm honest, no. But we will have some significant oversight.
Yeah, thank you, Lance. The second one is I've talked at length with you, but are we as council still able to drive things for us like slimline water tanks on all builds here to save taking the amount of water out of the river that may reduce water take? Is that something we still have some input to as council and councillors?
I might get Blair just to comment on that from a district plan point of view and regulatory point of view.
Where it sits in the district plan, yes, we do.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Corrales, please.
Oh, thank you. This is the time for feedback in the context of this meeting, is it? Or is that during debate?
I guess questions for me or other staff members now, or if you I guess if you want to propose something, that would usually be during debate.
I just need to be clear about the process, because when we had the piece around CCOs in the Finance Committee, it wasn't clear around feedback during the meeting was going to be what was taken. So we've had to do a tidy up process. So, sorry, in debate you will take feedback?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I guess to clarify, we would obviously want to capture any comments from debate, and noting that the resolution has the group of 5 who will be working with staff to finalise it. So it would be my expectation that the themes of any feedback would be captured and ultimately refined with that 5.
Yes, but the feedback comes through the debate, because I just looked
Debate
at
and
the
question.
motion. The motion says feedback taken during this meeting, and then any themes that come back from the broader consultation. So I just don't want to lose the opportunity.
That's correct.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, you had a question. You've withdrawn it?
Yeah, I remembered the answer.
Yeah, very good. Okay, so no further questions. Thank you, James. So the motion is that we, receiving the report and delegating authority to those members listed, to finalise and submit the final submission by the 10th of April, including any feedback from this council meeting and any relevant matters arising from EOI's update to council. So we can, I will move the staff motion. Could I have a seconder for that? The Deputy Mayor has seconded it, so I don't know that we necessarily need, well, sorry, no, we will move into debate. Firstly, to acknowledge the considerable work that has been done. I feel we've been talking about EOI now for years, and we have, and we're at a really significant part as we move from having approved the transfer agreement now to looking at aspects of how they will operate. Just to put on the public record, as was mentioned, I think earlier, last night, I received a summary from the Chief Executive of some of the early submissions that have been received on the First Water Services strategy, and I asked my office for that to be circulated to you this morning. I'm sorry you haven't had a long time to consider it, but we only received it last night. Just to put on the record a few of the matters that were covered in that. The vexed issue of water meters has been something long debated in Hamilton probably for decades, not just for years. But I think that given that there is a trial underway, and that trial will be quite informative as far as both informing a business case, but also trying to ensure that there is some sort of equity in the way water charges are levied. My hope is that, my personal hope is that the board will find in favour of water meters. I've long believed that they are the most equitable way of charging people, because at the moment light water users are heavily subsidising heavy water users, and I think there needs to be greater equity in that. There is also the comment that the Chief Executive has referred to our attention that they are receiving considerable advice that there is a need for EOI to provide predictable charging over the next 10 years, and that this will be addressed through the price harmonisation work that will inform the next water services strategy. So both of those, I think, are important points, and there appears to be no one else wanting to speak. No, Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you. First, can I request that when submissions are developed, that they come to us with a time to give specific feedback rather than general feedback in a forum like this? Because if it's going to carry my name, I would like to be able to get into the details of it, if that's possible, please. In terms of the strategy that our submission is being prepared in response to, it contains a number of commitments around affordability, efficiency and service. And I posit that some of the evidence that EOI is leaning on in their strategy is light, if not absent. Promises of affordability and efficiency are appropriate, but words are easily given and harder to deliver against. The real question we need to track as EOI shareholders is how those commitments show up in practice, because for something as fundamental as water, statements are not enough. What matters is whether the outcomes are visible and measurable over time. The submission is our opportunity to make clear what we expect, but it also highlights the shift in Council's role from direct delivery to shareholder oversight. And that makes clarity and that makes our submission even more important. Because accountability is no longer immediate, we and residents will rely heavily on you, Mayor McIndoe, you, Deputy Mayor Taylor, and you, Chief Executive Vervoort, to advocate strongly for meaningful innovation and better planning around water treatment, affordability and efficiency. Because every litre that EOI don't have to treat is infrastructure that they don't have to borrow for. So we're relying on you to put the heat on EOI and keep the heat on EOI. So I will approve this submission, noting my request earlier in terms of future submissions. The focus from here needs to be on how we track EOI performance, how we note and respond to how that performance is reported, and how those expectations are upheld in practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corrales.
Oh, thank you. I'm supportive of the draft submission, and I particularly am supportive of points 8 and 9 in the summary, just in terms of price harmonisation, stormwater resilience and vulnerable households. My feedback to take into the finalisation of this is really around where we have the opportunity to build on that at paragraphs 22 to 27, and I think we could strengthen that because some of the bits around transparency and clearer, strong communication strategy for our community around what the hardship mechanisms actually are and how they actually go about it. If we could build a little bit on some of those aspects in the paragraphs where we flesh out what those summary points are. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Councillor Corrales. Those are the focus areas for me also that I'd like to see expanded. And I guess, yeah, just more detail, like particularly around the issue of renters and how they potentially will be impacted going forward with water charges. Just like to, it's not too early to have these conversations, so if we can be proactive about what other areas have done in this regard, how they have approached hardship for renters with water charges, etc. It would just be good to see that detail because, yeah, it feels pretty general at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mead.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the staff that have put this together and where it's going. A couple of things that I do want to place out there is I'm still struggling with the growth plays for growth thing, because if we don't get the growth, how are we going to get the income? And that's a generalisation across what we're doing at the moment. And also, again, from early discussions with Mr Lavery, and we spoke about testing and trialling meters and different things. They were talking a large scale. It seems they've scaled that right down to 1 or 2 companies or one company and a few options. I'd like to see those sorts of transparencies around what we're trialling and what we're coming up with. Because at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, we've got to go looking elsewhere. And I thought the trial was to do a myriad, not just a minor. And other than that, yeah, I know that we've got 3 people there that'll keep an eye on them for us. Thank you.
4 people there. We'll keep an eye on it for you.
Who's the 4th? Angela. Oh, Angela as well. I thought it was just the 3 of you on the committee. Mm-hmm. Just 4 now. Even better. 3, even better. Sorted. 3 on the forum.
Sorry, 3 on the board.
Yeah.
Apologies, I'm meeting in Easter egg. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor McIndoe. Look, I absolutely accept Councillor McDonald's challenge, and I'm on the shareholders forum along with the Mayor and CE, and I take that responsibility really seriously. I'm supportive of the submission because I'm pretty supportive of the draft water strategy that they've come up with for this first iteration of it. I think people are going to get transparency over what water and sewerage is actually costing in Hamilton. They don't have it at the moment, and over time they are going to get transparency over it. The measures they are taking to use debt to smooth that pain, I support, and I also very supportive of something that has dogged this council for a decade, and that's growth not paying for growth, and their use of growth, their proposed use of growth levies across residential and commercial to ensure it starts to a much greater degree. So I think it is certainly going in the right direction for me. I absolutely hear what you're saying and take that role seriously, and will be looking forward to communicating with elected members about it. Thank you.
Very good. No further speakers. I don't need to exercise a right of reply, so we will put that to the vote. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
Thank you, members. Just before we take our resolution to move into public excluded, could I again thank all members for your considerable contributions to today's meeting. It's been a particularly demanding one. I obviously am deeply appreciative of those who have supported the Mayor's plan and the motion that I put forward. Could I also thank the Easter Bunny, who miraculously turned up to ensure that we just had something to look forward to and keep us sustained throughout the meeting. And I do want to take this opportunity to wish all elected members a blessed and happy Easter. I hope that it is a time that you can spend with families. I think we're all in need of a little bit of a break, although those of you with young children may feel that the onslaught is just about to begin with school holidays commencing. Would someone like to resolve that we exclude the public, please? Thank you, Councillor Taylor. A seconder, Councillor Pike. All in favour, please say aye. Against?
Carried unanimously.
So we'll have a brief break while we make the